Good morning and welcome, one and all, yeah, I can't speak. Let me try that again. Good morning and welcome, one and all, to Pacific Forum for Pop Talk Sunday morning edition. I am your host, Mike, and this morning I have an announcement to make, and I also have several articles to talk about. But first, we will get to the announcement. Now, with the baseball season winding down, and I know some of you might be thinking this is Pop Talk, Mike, not the box score. There's a reason for this. With the baseball season winding down and the Cubs having approximately 9 games left in the regular season after tomorrow, I will be doing a combination of long form of the box score and the short form of the box score as far as shorts are concerned, recapping the Cubs games against the Phillies and their 6 remaining games against the Reds. Now, what that leads up to, and it's why I'm making the announcement, is because on Wednesday, October 5th, I am combining the box score and Pacific Forum for Pop Talk into what I'm calling a super show. And that's going to start at 7:30, whether the game's finished or not. But I am going to recap that October 5th game between the Cubs and Reds. And then I will go into Pop Talk and I will discuss the latest news, rumors, and opinions as far as entertainment, pop culture, movies, TVs, anime, video games, and comics are concerned. So I'm combining them into one because I just want to do it. To be honest with you guys, I just want to do it. I want to, give my thoughts on the Cubs after 162 games during this 2022 season, a season which we didn't know when it was going to start because of the lockout, which delayed the season for a week. But I also want to be committed to doing Pop Talk at the same time. And instead of doing one as a video and one live, I figured I can do them both simultaneously. So that's what's going to be happening here on the channel. I will try to put in a game stream here and there. And of course, the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk during this week as well. But as far as the Wednesday, October 5th edition of Pop Talk is concerned, it's going to be combined with the box score. So if you're only here for Pop Talk, I understand. But I don't plan on going too long when it comes to the recap of the Cubs. Again, I will recap that game, everything that happened in the game, and I will also give my thoughts on what I think the Cubs need to do during the offseason to be competitive again. And of course, there are a few free agents from the Cubs that will be free agents after the season. Wilson Contreras and I believe Ian Happ's contract comes up, so I'll be discussing my thoughts on those as well. But as far as this morning is concerned on Pop Talk, the articles I have lined up this morning for this edition are from Cosmic Book News, and it says Comic-Con scoop confirmed Stan Lee DC Comics on the way from Batman producer. And I also have another article from Game Fragger, which was provided to me by Alan Copeland, and it talks about EA announcing plans for a new slate of Marvel games, including the Armored Avengers. So we have that, and we also have the story about James Earl Jones retiring, and there's more to that than just him retiring. And of course, Louise Fletcher, who played Nurse Ratched and in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and she also played Kai Wynn on DS9, has passed away. So we'll be talking about that as well. And we'll be talking about everything that's going on as far as Twitch is concerned and how it seems like everything over there is falling apart. We will also be talking about Naruto and its future on Netflix. And I have a few bonus articles. One that might, be a little bit of nostalgia for those of us who grew up with them, but Apparently, McDonald's is bringing a certain bucket back for their Happy Meals, and we'll get into that. And there's also a Gundam slash Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles related news as well for this morning. Of course, before I get underway with these articles, I do want to say good morning to Input Latency, who says, "Good morning, USA. I got a feeling that it's going to be a wonderful day." And we also have Resolute Germ. Good morning to you both. Hope your Sunday has started off well for you. So let's go ahead and get into the first article. I'll go ahead and copy it and post it into the chat. And I will also include the invite link for anybody who would like to join. So let me get that second part done and pin it to the very top. Okay, there's that. And let me just pin it. Message has been pinned. Switching from top chat to live chat. And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, this article from Cosmic Book News says Comic-Con scoop confirmed Stan Lee DC Comics on the way from Batman producer. DC insiders also filled us in about Superman Henry Cavill and Dwayne Johnson and the DCEU. And I do want to say good morning to Phil McCracken. Phil, I never promised you any coupons. You know that. You know that. And you could try to cancel me. It's not going to work. He also goes on to say, banish this channel, YouTube. Okay, Phil. All right. Careful. They might take you seriously. Be careful with what you put in the chat. All right. So this article says DC Comics has confirmed my Comic-Con scoop about Stan Lee. While I was at the San Diego Comic-Con, I tweeted some kind of Stan Lee presents DC Comics stuff is happening. And then I wrote about it back in August in the article about how David Zaslav is targeting DC Comics and how Jeff Johns is ushering in a new DC Golden Age. The article goes on to say DC insiders filled me in on the Stan Lee take on the DC Comics, and they were the same ones who also filled me in that Henry Cavill can return as Superman if he wants to, and that Dwayne Johnson wants to take over the DC films. As I also said, my friend stopped and had a chat with Batman producer Michael Uslan outside Comic-Con as well, where lo and behold, the official DC Comics Stan Lee announcement has Uslan involved. Regarding the DC Comics Stan Lee project last Thursday, saw DC Comics announce Tales from Earth 6, a celebration of Stan Lee, described as a commemorative one-shot anthology featuring news stories based on Lee's with film producer Michael Uslan interpretations of core DC characters from his Just Imagine series of one-shots from 2001 to 2002. This article goes on to say, check out the announcement and art below, which is a Stan Lee take on DC comic characters, including Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Catwoman, Green Lantern, The Flash, Sandman, Shazam, and Aquaman. And this is the press release with the different takes. As you can see, Batman's a full-on bat. I believe this is Wonder Woman here. Of course, we have Green Lantern. Interesting take. And I do want to say good morning to Gap After Dark. Just a quick hello and show support. I have to go to the store, everybody. Have a great stream. Well, thank you, Gap. Really appreciate it. And he also says, hello, Mike, Input, Resolute. And he says, Gerald Pacific, 4 1/4. Okay, brother, 4 1/4. 4 1/4. So, that'd be a great April Fool's. Oops, you're not 1/4 or 1/4, however you want to say it. I'm talking into my phone. Aha, blame the phone. Blame the phone. And Bill McCracken says, hit the downvote. All right, Bill, go ahead. Hit the downvote. It won't be the first one I've ever gotten. Anyways, the article continues by saying this 96-page prestige format one shot hits comic book stores and participating digital platforms on Tuesday, December 27th. The anthology features 10 news stories spotlighting the just imagined characters from an incredible mix of celebrated comic book storytellers and new and emerging voices in comic books. In addition to a news story from Michael Uslan, this anthology includes stories written by Mark Waid, Kingdom Come, Batman vs. Robin, Batman Superman, World's Finest, Jerry Ordway, Superman Action Comics, Kenny Porter, DC Mech, Stephanie Williams, Nubia and the Amazons, Trial of the Amazons, Michael W. Conrad, and Becky Coolin. And it also has Colin Kelly and Jackson Lansing, Megan Fitzmartin. We also have contributions from Steve Orlando and Zach Thompson. Goes on to say story art and variant covers will be delivered by some of the best artists in comics, including Lee Weeks, Kevin McGuire, Jerry Ordway, Carl Mostert. We also have Juan Vieira, Anthony Marquez, Pablo Collar, and Belen Ortega, Max Dunbar, Hayden Sherman, in addition to a wraparound main cover by Jim Chung. This Justice League, this can't miss issue features variant covers by C. Beach, Batman, Riley Rosmo, Justice League, Jason Howard, Green Lantern, Kelly Jones, The Sandman, Ariel Colon, Superman, Kyle Hotz, Shazam, Christian Ward, The Flash, Clayton Henry, Wonder Woman, Jorge Corona, Aquaman, Belen Ortega, and Dan Panosian. Yeah. Like I said, I can't speak this morning. Plus, in 1 in 25 ratio variant color covered by Coley Hanner, fans can visit their local comic book shop for details and pre-ordering. And that's Batman. That's an interesting take. Of course, we have Catwoman. Doesn't look bad. And Green Lantern. Wonder Woman. The Flash. And a Superman variant. Okay. Sandman. Shazam. And Aquaman. Interesting. And I do want to say good morning to Jet Sparks. Hope you're doing well this morning. And Phil's proposing a new channel name, Atlantic 323 ARP approved. And of course, he's going on with his Justice for the Elderly. And he's going on with Friends Give Friends, MICD coupons, and or gift certificates. Well, you could just get it yourself, Phil. It's that easy. Well, I'll share it. Don't worry. So here you go. I just thought I would try something different. I guess that didn't work. But there's a link, and now I'll share the article. And here's the article. There's the variant of Aquaman, the Flash. We also have the Sandman, Superman. Of course, up here we have Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Catwoman, Batman. So yeah. And then this is everything I read. I'm always trying to do something different here on Pop Talk. But I guess it's not acceptable by everyone. So that's it for that article. So let's go ahead and move on to this next one. Let's see. Let's go ahead and talk about this McDonald's one. All right. And there you see it. We have this article from CNET, and it says McDonald's Halloween buckets may be back this fall. So if you remember any of these Halloween buckets as a kid, you would get your Happy Meal toy, you would get your fries, your burgers inside the bucket. Then you can clean them out and use them to get your Halloween candy. Yeah. But, that's someone else's take on DC, and it may not be to everyone's liking, but, that's a different interpretation. So, as you can see, this article says, want a little retro with your fast food this fall? Here's a rumor you may find beautiful. As comicbook.com reports, a site called Nightmare Nostalgia appears to have the inside info about McDonald's bringing back its beloved Halloween Happy Meal buckets. And it says, what are McDonald's Halloween buckets? Back in 1986, McDonald's started offering its Happy Meal kids meal in cute little Halloween themed buckets, which can double as a kid's trick or treat pail. If they're not out for maximum candy, that is. And of course, he used to fill mine up to the brim. And it says Happy Meals usually come in cardboard boxes shaped kind of like little houses. So the buckets were a spectacular treat that they were. And no music for you this morning, Phil. Good morning, Phil.
I'm disappointed. I want music.
Nope, no music this morning.
It's so sad. But McDonald's. Hey, McDonald's. So we're getting little buckets now.
We're getting the old Halloween buckets again.
Oh, yeah. So lovely.
Hey, they were popular. I can remember myself and many other kids in my neighborhood having them and going around on Halloween and going trick or treating.
They weren't big enough for my neighborhood. We had to do the old fashioned way, pillowcases, because we used to have a haul of candy. Sometimes neighbors would give you more than just one piece of candy. So, yeah. Unfortunately, like I said, nice size, nice little collector things, nice little thing to throw change into. But for me, when I was a kid, they were slightly too small.
Yeah,
I,
but I mean,
I
I
like.
didn't have too many houses around my neighborhood that, you know, did give out candy, so they did work out.
Halloween was big in my area. Then there was a couple years, I would say from 90 to like about 94, people weren't celebrating or doing anything for Halloween. And then
Mhm.
it came back. But that was because, people were being crazy during Halloween, doing stuff to candy and all that craziness. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I can clearly remember my parents always asking for my bucket or whatever I was using for trick or treating on a Halloween night, so they can inspect the candy and make sure there wasn't anything hidden in them, like a razor blade. And
Pins. I
mm-hmm.
never understood why people would do something crazy like that. But, you know, we used to have a setup, you know. Uh, we go to one block and we know who was giving out what candy. Then maybe go to a second block, and then we will go to a third block, and we knew that one person will probably be giving out the, what do they call it, Save a Lot soda.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to knock out. Sometimes I think it was the brand was called Parks at the time. So you get their cream soda was the bomb. But yeah, we would time it out so when we got thirsty, we would go head over to that neighborhood or that block and go trick or treating there and grab a soda and then keep on going. We used to go from 6 o'clock till about 9 o'clock. So come home and literally the pillowcase would be jammed up with candy. So
I mean, that's the way to do it. You said that you guys went from 6 to 9. That's plenty of time to go
yeah,
to different neighborhoods and trick or treat.
I,
And,
I was I was with my friends, and there was another group of people there. They would call them associates, friends, but just more associates. And the one guy was dressed up like a flasher. Okay, trench coat, everything. And it was like a restaurant across the highway. So he goes, I'm going to go over there, see if they give any candy out or something. So he goes over there, and they actually gave him candy. But then he got a bright idea that he was going and stand in front of the window, and there was an old couple there, and he blastes them, and he has his sock, and he's swinging it, and they're looking at him like this crazy kid. What the hell is he doing? And the manager and the waitress came out there yelling at him. He runs across the highway. How he didn't get hit by a car is a miracle, but he took off running. And I said, of all the craziness to do something like that and end up getting killed for it, because it was a busy highway, you know.
mm-hmm.
But to do something that stupid, you know how kids are, man. They do the most stupidest things, and he come back and he's like laughing his head off, and I'm looking at him like, yeah, you almost got killed for it, you know. But Halloween was a fun time. I liked Halloween, but I think Halloween adults do like to give it out candy, maybe dress up if their kids dress up, take them around. But Halloween's more, to me, always more a kid thing than for
Yeah, true. Yeah, I would say the more trick or treating aspect,
yeah,
yes. And hey, everybody.
yep.
And
I
hello,
mean,
Jet Sparks.
you get some holidays, yeah, Easter and Christmas slash more for there's a children aspect, but Halloween I think is definitely for children, and I do like that
Yep.
McDonald's is bringing something back. Uh, the fast food places used to do stuff for the holidays, but
Mm-hmm.
nice to see
Yep.
someone bring it back.
Because I used to work at a restaurant, and for Halloween they would have candy there for the trick or treaters.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember a time where I actually trick or treated in my local mall before it was pretty much just. Nowadays, it's pretty much just it's just an empty lot. Most of it is all the places that used to be stores. Most of it's converted. Most of it's been converted into a library, and the other half's been converted into like a community college. So it's kind of sad, but it was a fun time. And heck, I mean, going trick or treating is just like it really was the great fun, just always the greatest fun thing. Heck, one of my best Halloween stories is actually this. Me and my two older sisters were actually out trick or treating one year. I mean, we all have like a 2-year age difference. I think my sister at the time was about maybe 13. My other sister was about 11, and I was about 9. And we walk up to this lady's house, and she says, "Oh, sorry, kids. We're all out of candy, but I actually have some pickles." And we all open up our bags saying, "Pickle." We actually were okay with getting those. Yeah, that was the weirdest thing we got for Halloween, but it was welcome. We actually wanted them.
I remember getting sometimes apples, and sometimes somebody, they buy a big pack of cookies, but they put it into the bag. They have 2 cookies in there, and we get cookies. And then, like I said, I knew somebody that used to give out the Save-A-Lot soda. And again, everybody thinks it's cheap, but I don't know that. I don't even know if they still make it. But that Parks brand soda, that vanilla cream was the bomb.
Cool.
So
yeah, one of the crazy things I actually wanted to try to do for kids one year, actually made s'mores for some kids. I was actually gonna use them and just give them out to kids. Give out to kids on Halloween, but no kids ever showed up. Heck, I even put like fly posters around my town, telling them to come to my apartment complex. But again, nobody showed up. That was just the sad thing. So I had all that candy I bought, and I just had to eat it all myself. That's just like it sucks.
Like I said, I remember that happened in my area, like from 90 to like 94. Nobody was going out, and nobody was doing anything for Halloween. And then as soon as 95 hit, it all started coming back. It could have been everything synchronized, and people just didn't want to celebrate it, and just happened to be everybody was on the same wavelength. Or I think that people were getting tired of it because so many things were happening. But bringing it back to McDonald's brought out, and it was the first time it happened was Halloween, the gift certificates. You spend like $5, you get like about 20 gift certificates, and they had like free ice cream cone, free fries.
Yep.
And people rather were giving that out rather than giving out candy, because people didn't want to, something happened, didn't want something to happen saying, "Oh, the candy came from that person." So handing out the gift certificates, that was a lot easier. Then Wendy's start doing it. I'm not sure if Burger King ever did it, but yeah. Like I said, you spend $5 and you get a ton of gift certificates, and not major. Like I said, a small ice cream cone, free fries, that type of deal.
Yeah, because I can remember getting those coupon books a couple of Halloweens, and it came in handy, especially if you wanted to get that ice cream cone, or get something on a pinch, save yourself some money.
And as far as remembering the malls doing stuff, I remember that like around 94, and I think it was a good idea because a lot of people felt safer going to the mall than in other areas, because sometimes neighborhoods change, and sometimes what a neighborhood was good neighborhood, unfortunately for a couple of years might turn rotten. So going to the mall and the stores doing it, you're in a safe environment. No one's going to mess with you. You can pretty much trust the stores to a degree. So, yeah, I remember my local area, the malls doing it. But, yeah, Halloween, like I said, it's on a comeback. But, I enjoyed Halloween as a kid, as a parent. I enjoy it. But now I won't lie to you. Halloween candy is so expensive. To get like a 5-pound bag, you got to spend like $20.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, if you went to the dollar store and bought a bunch about, let's say, $10 worth of bags of Tootsie Rolls, and you open up the bag and try to give them loosely, a lot of people aren't going to accept it. So, and they rather not accept it than to take it. So, like I said, it's going really expensive. I think now it's like probably might not be up in the $10 range for a 5-pound bag. And 5-pound bag ain't gonna last you but an hour if you have a lot of kids in your neighborhood. So,
Yep. I mean, when you have a lot of kids in the neighborhood, like you're saying, there are also incidences where some neighbors they wouldn't be home that night, but they would leave a big bowl of candy. And
and there's always, I remember neighbors doing that. And please take one, but kids, man.
Yeah,
And
I
you
remember.
always-
I know that story way too well, but I actually dressed up one year as a zombie and tried to stay in character, and even then, the kids weren't impressed. Hell, some of them were just dressed up in their street clothes.
Yep, I remember some kids doing that. I always got dressed up for Halloween. When I was younger, it was Spider-Man. I think one time I did Frankenstein. Then as I got older, I start putting on makeup like Kiss. I put Kiss makeup. But the thing I noticed that changed for me as a kid during Halloween, we used to have the regular size candy bars.
Mhm.
Oh
And they
yeah,
used
now you
to
got
give
those
you
fun
regular
size ones.
size candy bars.
Yeah.
And then they come out with, today you would call them, what do you call them? The snack size?
Yeah, the fun size or
The
snack
fun
size.
size,
Yeah.
the snack size. They were half the size. Well, they were specifically aimed for Halloween. So you didn't have to buy the big candy bars. But I always noticed that if kids were limited on the time to do trick-or-treating, they always knew where the person was that was giving out the legitimate regular size candy bars. Like I had one neighbor that did actual size Hershey bars and M&Ms. Then I had another neighbor, I guess he was a little bit more well-to-do. He would actually give you the giant Hershey bars. Not the little square one that you normally see for like $1.20 something. I'm talking about the $3 ones as you see today. The huge ones.
Yeah, because I can remember going around my own neighborhood, and there were 3 different levels of my neighborhood. There was the bottom level, there's the medium level, and then there's the higher level because it was on a hill. So I can remember trick or treating throughout my neighborhood, and you'd see a friend, and they would show you what they got, and it was a regular sized candy bar, and you'd say, "Which house did you get that at?"
Yep. You always ask somebody for the information as you're going around.
Or sometimes they offered it free. They're like, "Hey, Mike, look what I got at this house."
Yep.
Awesome.
I know it's not as popular today as it was back when I was a kid. There were still parents and families. They would actually make caramel apples or candy apples and hand them out on Halloween.
Even at carnival, when they sell them at carnivals, my grandmother loved those.
Yeah.
She absolutely loved them herself.
Well, when they start coming out in the late 80s, when they start doing the craziness, that was one of the things people were, they either stopped handing them out or people refused to accept them. There will be thanks, but no thanks. The only time the people, even today, I would even say for my own self, grandkids, I wouldn't accept a candy apple or a caramel apple from anybody. I would, if I want one, I go buy it in the store.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that used to be a fun thing to have on Halloween. I love caramel apples and I love candy apples. I love them both.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know. I know Halloween is always just like, it's just such a frolic time. I know some of us, for all of us older folks, yeah, we all love it for the actual real horror aspects, but I know it's just so much fun when you get to go out and it's just such a simpler time and you get to go out and have fun with other kids sometimes. Heck, I think I remember my dad took me trick-or-treating once, and I dressed up as Dracula one year, and they actually had a barbecue at a church. They were actually holding a barbecue. It was I had a good time at that.
People, you should always, it was an unwritten rule. If somebody's front light was not on, that means either not home or they're not handing out candy. But you always get these determined people, if they see any light on whatsoever, they're going to knock on your door.
Mm-hmm.
The golden rule, it didn't bother me if a person didn't have candy or
they had jack-o'-lanterns out as decoration.
I wouldn't. My thing is, if the light was off, I didn't bother. And I didn't get mad or anything like that. I know some people that used to get mad at people. Well, this person has light on in his den, but he don't have no light on from the porch, and
no, if the outside light isn't on, just like Bush McFadden's even saying it. We learned when we were little, if the front lights are off, they aren't giving out candy.
And a lot of things people didn't know. Sometimes every year is different. You might get 50 kids knocking on your door. So you say next year I'll be even more prepared. I'll be prepared for 70 kids. So that might mean 4 5-pound bags. But then again, next year you might only have 10 kids knocking on your door. So sometimes people ran out. So they have no choice but to shut the light off. It does happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what my parents had to do. And then when my sister and I, we weren't trick-or-treating anymore, but we would hand out the candy. As soon as we were out of candy, shut the front light off.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this horror story. I have to. I used to dress up giving out Halloween candy. I have a Grim Reaper outfit. Eyes light up, everything. Cool. So I'm sitting we have like a bench in the front of our house. So I'm sitting on the bench and I put the candy. It's 3 times bigger than a little McDonald's jack-o'-lanterns. Big jack-o'-lantern full of candy. So I'm sitting there and a lot of people would think I was, a decoration.
Yeah.
And I wait for them to come up the driveway. And they come up, and then sometimes the kids will hesitate. Sometimes they'll come up. And right before they come up, I'll put my hand in there, and I'll grab the candy to hand it to them. And some get scared, and some get surprised, So then they move on. But this lady came up. She was on her cell phone. This was about 5 years ago.
Oh, boy.
And she comes up with her two daughters. And she's yakking at the end of the driveway while her 2 little kids, scared to death, Grim Reaper giving out candy. So as soon as the kids come up, I do my routine. I put my hand in to grab the candy for them.
Mm-hmm.
The mom stops where she's on the phone. She's like in a dead, it looks like something from like Halloween, and starts screaming and literally runs down the street. And her 2 kids are there terrified in front of me. So I took off my mask. I said, be calm, kids. I'll get your mom back. So I yell at her. I said, hey, yo, you left your kids behind.
Wow. Wow. A full-grown adult is more scared of something than children are. It just shows how much.
And here's the thing. She ran away to save herself, and she was willing to sacrifice.
Oh, seriously? Okay, I'm going to say this. That mother needs to go.
I managed
straight down to the boiler room.
I managed to get her to come back, and she walks back like 3 minutes later, and she's like breathing heavy, acting like she's having a heart attack. I said, I gave her kids a little extra candy, but they were a little more upset that you ran off than actually getting scared bit.
Yeah. I don't blame the kids. Yeah, if your mom is imagine if there's an actual real scenario where it's life or death. Yeah, that mother is just got to throw her own children.
You'll be surprised what people would do, But yeah, that's my.
I wouldn't be surprised. Story. Some people who say they actually are willing to protect their family members. No. Some of them, I'm telling you, people are often full of shit sometimes. They will basically throw you to the wolves. I mean, if I ever end up dating somebody, I get a feeling she's gonna throw me to the curb to save herself. And if I somehow survive, guess what? If whatever didn't kill me, I will.
The only other time I ever scared anybody that badly, well, to me it wasn't scary, but okay, my ex-mother-in-law and my ex-sister-in-law. My ex-sister-in-law at the time was like 16, 17. Mm-hmm. So they're in the house, but they're like, it's like there's a road behind their house that goes down a hill. There's nothing on the hill. It's all grass. and it comes up behind her house, and you can literally from the road see the light of the TV on. So I told my ex, I said, it was Halloween, but it was like 10 o'clock. Everybody's pretty much done trick or treating. I said, drop me off right here, circle around the house, and I'll come out and get you after I do my thing. So she goes, "You really gonna do it?" I said, "Yeah." So I get out of the car, so I start running full speed. All right, nobody noticed anything. So as soon as I hit the ravine part and start coming up the other side of the hill towards the house, my mother-in-law sees me, but I guess she couldn't recognize me in the dark. So she's looking, right, and she has this hard look on her face. So I start making grunting sounds as I'm running, and she gets up and she starts walking to the door, right?
Mhm.
Now, my sister-in-law, she didn't know anything. I guess she didn't recognize anything. But after she got up and walked about 5 feet, her mom screams, "Go close the door." Like she was talking about the sliding glass door. But here's the thing. That's about a 10 feet walk from the couch to that door. But her mom was 5 feet away from the couch, walking towards the bathroom or her bedroom, right? They weren't going to make it away, no matter what. So I get up to the screen door and I go, blah, blah, blah. The mom screams, the daughter screams. I guess my ex heard it from the car. She gets out. Everybody walks in, and I am laughing for like the next 30 minutes. Yeah. And I can understand it, but I figured they would have thought it. It's Halloween. Somebody might plan practical jokes. We did it. We did that around here. We do practical jokes on Halloween. Not much as mischief night. Mischief night used to be something that was a big deal, but after people start going crazy and going beyond throwing toilet paper, yeah.
The horror of Phil McCracken.
Though I have to admit, there was a little thing that was kind of awful we did on Mischief Night. Take a potato and stuff it in an exhaust pipe of a car.
Oh,
Oh man.
It doesn't harm the car, but if you know what, it builds up pressure, then bang, that potato sounds like like a gun and it fires the potato off, but it doesn't hurt nobody. So yeah, we used to put potatoes up the exhaust pipe.
Oh boy.
We
damn.
wanted to hear the bang. It didn't matter if you put it up. You were doing it to a Camaro, a truck, or back then a Pinto. It didn't make a difference. If you wedge that potato properly in the exhaust pipe, eventually the air pressure is going to pop that potato like a shell out of a shotgun, and it'll make a bang. So unless you get a really big potato and you jam it in the right way, and I guess you can blow the headers, but nine times out of 10, it's being shot out the exhaust.
And just so you know, YouTube, I'm not advocating for anybody to put a potato in
Potato up
anyone's
in the
exhaust.
Exactly.
No. Stupid things kids do. But we didn't do stupid things other places, and people were doing like putting sugar down the gas pipe and gas tank and stupid stuff like that, or yeah.
What
Toilet paper can't be hurt. You can't be hurt with toilet paper.
Yeah, I know. Because I remember because last year, I'm actually glad that nobody did show up to my apartment, because I'm pretty sure the people who are like my landlords, they would not be happy if someone came over and just started TPing the apartment complex. Because there was somebody's house I passed by when I walked to like the gym or something. Yeah, their entire yard, all the trees were covered with like toilet paper. And I know it's just a simple rite of passage and whatnot when it's like a classic Halloween prank, but thank God it just didn't happen to me. I would have been giving my apartment complex putting a target on their back for pranksters.
Most of the time, my area, they did it on Mischief Night, but it was really like if they were football players, they would get the football coach's yard and throw toilet paper.
Yeah.
The coach would laugh about it and then say, "You guys just wasted good toilet paper."
Mm-hmm.
But it's harmful because either the coach took it down and threw it away, or the wind will blow it, or guess what? If it rains, it's going to decompose. So yeah, it's not something that actually hurt anybody. Instead of doing like paint, I know people that threw paint. Yeah, got to one point where the local college, University of Delaware, if they felt they needed to do something crazy, they would do something like they would get two old junk cars, and for a quarter, you can take a sled. They'll give you a sledgehammer, and you can hit the car. And normally
Oh, car bash.
Yeah.
I never got to do one of those.
they would either paint it Philadelphia Eagle green and white, or they would paint it Washington Redskin gold and burgundy. So you could take your car, But to this day, I never understood why they didn't have a third, the silver and blue of the Dallas Cowboys. But anyway, that was a good way, you want to do something crazy, you pay a quarter, and you took your frustrations out on whatever team you wanted to take it out. So.
And looking at this article, it talks about, the history of the McDonald's Halloween bucket, debuting in 1986, various different designs over the years, and then how they stopped giving them out after 2016. And it says down here, as far as what the new ones will look like, it says Halloween fans are surely hoping this is a treat and not a trick. A representative from McDonald's did not respond to repeated requests for comment, leading me to believe that the company really wants to keep this news under wraps if it's indeed true. But the reliable Snack News Instagram account, Marky Devo, posted what appears to be a photo of the new buckets. The buckets look to be the Ghost Witch and pumpkin variety, so maybe the ghost will once again glow in the dark. And I do remember them glowing in the dark. And as far as when they're going to be available, according to this rumor, it's going to be October 18th to the 31st is when they're going to be available. And also in other news that I had seen, but I decided not to grab that article, is apparently the McRib is coming back either on October 4th or October 5th. And then this was a proposed concept for a black cat design, but it was never released.
I think McDonald's is shooting themselves in the foot by waiting to the 18th, because that's almost 15 days to Halloween.
Yeah.
I would start it right October 1st. Normally give it a month.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the whole month is the month to celebrate.
Yeah, I mean, especially I don't know. Some parents, how parents are today, they might do McDonald's maybe once a month or maybe once every 2 weeks. Unfortunately, if your parents didn't get there, they went to McDonald's that month and it's before the 15th, I guess you don't get a bucket because your parents aren't going back.
No.
I would have, like I said, I would have done the whole month from October 1st to October 31st. That's the way I would have done it.
I mean, if they do indeed come back, right now I'm just taking it as rumor. But if they do indeed come back, that's a nice trip down memory lane for anybody who wants to collect them. And of course, I know myself. If I felt inclined to do it, I'd say, yeah, I'll take one of your Halloween Happy Meal buckets and also a McRib, and I'll be happy.
I didn't. I did get one. I was a little bit older, but you know how everybody used to collect McDonald's stuff.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, what I used to use it for wasn't for trick or treating. I used that for my kids when they played with their Legos. They're a nice little thing to put Legos in. Or any little toys that they were playing. Like I had nephews and they had, their Matchbox cars. It's a nice little box to put the Matchbox cars in. They have multiple uses. Not necessarily you have to use it for the intended purpose of what they were intending for. So,
yeah,
but
Exactly.
For me, these are perfect for if you have under 5-year-olds to do candy with. when you go trick or treating. When you get a little bit older, them little things aren't going to be enough for them to hold. But I like I said, I had multiple purpose of them. I think right now I might have the white one. I think, and if I'm correct, it's got nails, screws, and bolts. And if I ever need it, I know where to go find it. So multiple uses.
And good morning to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Yeah, I mean, another thing that McDonald's used to do as far as their Happy Meals were concerned, do you remember how they used to have containers that looked like a train or they look like various boats?
Yes, I remember.
Or even the ones that look like a sand bucket? I used to take those to the beach with me.
McDonald's used to give away a lot of things. Like I remember as a kid when they first came out with the sundaes. And when they first came out, they had 5 flavor sundaes, not 3, 5. And when you went there and you got your first sundae, they would give you a Frisbee. And on the Frisbee, it would have the 5 different flavors of the sundaes that they came out with. So they were always giving stuff like that. Personally, I was sad to see 2 of the sundaes go, but but every time they had a promotion, they had always good stuff. I think it's Star Wars. Well, no, they weren't Star Wars. That was Burger King. I remember Batman, the pictures in the late 80s. I mean, and 90s. They would give out the coffee mugs, and they were kind of edged glass.
Yeah, I still have the one for Batman Forever.
And I mean, at that time, people weren't like in the early 80s and the 70s, you weren't thinking collecting. But by the time you got into 90s and you realize, hey, when McDonald's or Burger King release something, sometimes you better jump on it like white on rice. And I remember people jumping on them. I guess you call them coffee mugs, but that Batman's movies, people were on them like crazy. Arby's used to have these glasses. And if you bought their milkshake, you would get a glass, and it was really nicely decorated, imprinted with 24 karat gold lay, and they're really fancy glasses. And at the time, my ex was working near an Arby's. She walked away, I think, at the end, like with 30 of them glasses. 30 of them glasses. When if you went to the store and bought them type of glasses, you probably were paying $5, $6 a glass. Here you were getting a milkshake, and I think at the time milkshake was $2. So,
Well, I remember going to Burger King and getting the Return of the Jedi glass. Here I am, 5 years old, and I still remember that as a 5-year-old. Now as a 44-year-old, remembering that, and then of course going to McDonald's, and they used to have the Garfield glass coffee mugs that they would hand out if you bought them with something.
Some of the things they gave away as collectors, and you might have to pay a little extra for it, was worth it. Like, I mean, I remember getting the Burger King glasses for Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and I remember you had to pay a little bit extra to get the glass with your meal, but people were buying them like hotcakes, and it was you were 4 glasses for that month. Each week was a different glass. So, like I said, some of the stuff I remember in the 90s for the Disney movies, when they had like Mulan, they had the other ones. I'm talking when Disney was cool. They actually had collector stuff that you can collect. So,
yeah, I mean, that's just how it was back in the day. And, I'm looking for different articles every time for Pop Talk.
No, there's nothing wrong with this. Nothing wrong. Put you back on memory lane and nostalgia, as they call it. But, even today, I'm not happy with what they give you in a Happy Meal. I mean, some of them toys nowadays, you wouldn't give them away to anybody. They just don't have the appeal like they used to have.
I remember them having those Sonic LCD toys or whatever. I remember having a couple of those.
Well, another thing, you look at the Happy Meal box now, it's just plain and there's nothing on it. Well, back when I was growing up, back when you were growing up, Phil, you would get the Happy Meal and it'd have a little comic related to whatever giveaway they were
Yep.
giving.
Yep. Always
Yeah.
had more stuff included into what they have now, and the reason for it, I really don't have an answer for it.
Yeah.
You think they would say to themselves, if a kid saw something advertised, I don't, like I said, I'm not sure what today's world what kids are into, but let's say it's a video game they're into. All right, the character from the video game. Oh, you go to McDonald's and get a Happy Meal, and you spend $1 more. You'll get that week the week 1 edition, next week 2 edition, next week 3, and week 4. If them kids are really into it, hey Dad, can you take me to McDonald's? You know.
Yeah.
And also, it was also a big deal going to McDonald's because, again, it was not normal to go, even like it is sometimes today, where there are some people that do have to live on McDonald's because they can't cook. But going once a week or maybe once every 2 weeks was a thing to do with your kids. I used to go to school, private school, and every Wednesday was half a day. And on that Wednesday, never failed, my dad would take me and my brother to McDonald's, you know. And when we were young, we got the Happy Meal. And what would you thought when you were a kid when you got a Happy Meal, you got something special because there was a toy or something, whatever was the thing of the month. So it was a big deal. So I was lucky every Wednesday it was a half a day of school. Yeah, got to go to McDonald's. You know, spend time
I
with my
can
dad.
remember.
Yep.
Yeah, I can remember going to McDonald's and getting a Happy Meal, and it could be a Ducktales related toy, it could be Muppet Babies, it could be the McDonald's Changers, which were the McDonald's Transformers that Tommy just brought up, or any of their other toys
Yeah.
that they would give out back in the day.
And
Yeah.
see, I had one parent that didn't mind doing that, where my other parent, my mom, even though my dad would try to persuade her to go, wasn't always fond of fast food. She was not a fast food person. I mean, even today, she might go to a Wendy's, and I will agree with anybody. Wendy's is the best. Burgers, they got it. Out of all the McDonald's, Burger King, and them. But for her going out to eat like that wasn't her thing. So that's why Wednesdays was special because my dad didn't mind doing it. And that was my time to bond with my dad. When I was home and my mom, bond with her, in a different way. I was blessed. I don't brag. I don't mean it in a bragging way. I was blessed that I had both my parents, I can remember being horrified one time on a New Year's Eve, and my dad unfortunately had to work, and my mom took us on New Year's Day, me and my brother, to a place called Pappy's, and they had pizza. But the little kids, you get treated to something special. No matter what, it was your birthday or anything, just going there, you were treated special, and they would give you what McDonald's would give you in a Happy Meal, a toy or something. Might be a little Matchbox car or a little action figure, something. And all I remember, it wasn't just McDonald's. All the food chains were doing something. Denny's, you go in Denny's and you're under 5 years or 10 years old, they had the same thing. You get a kid menu, and you were special. You got the kid menu. It looked like an adult menu, but it was for kids. And no matter what you ordered on the kids menu, came with a gift toy.
Yeah.
Even if it was what they call a Super Ball. I don't know if you guys know what a Super Ball is. It's one of them balls that you get, like it's a little round ball, like the size of a golf ball. And you would throw it on the ground, and the thing would jump up about 10, 20 feet in the air.
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah. And they would give you something like that. That's what Denny's would give. Or they'll give you something like a coloring book. It didn't matter. You were getting something special with your meal.
But I remember seeing those little rubber ball things in like those little quarter things you just put in the thing, almost like a gumball machine in a way. I remember seeing tons of those. Not at McDonald's though. But I'd say in terms of toys, the best ones I found the most fun. I think I remember the Beetle Bonder from Beetleborgs at McDonald's. That toy, I think it was the one that was promoting the season 2 Metallics series, and then you also have the ones for like Lightspeed Rescue that comes with like a figurine of each ranger and like a little like see-through colored case for each ranger. If you collected all 5 of them, you would like create like a little like plastic Megazord together.
And Tommy's even asking here, anyone remember the McDonald's store character plates? I don't, unfortunately.
Yes, I definitely remember those. Heck, I remember the one they had. I think I remember seeing the ones where they had like the whole nation on the other end of them, or ones that correspond to almost every state. I know that I remember seeing the Tennessee one, the California one, but I don't think I saw almost every state. I know they definitely showed a few states in stock from time to time, but I never like purchased them or whatever.
Mike, can you do me a small favor, because I don't know how to do it? But if you do a quick Google search and hit Denny's Kids Toys, you'll get the image. They were giving out the Flintstones 1991 because they brought the Flintstones back. Remember back then?
I do remember the advertisement for those. And I do want to say good morning to Loki's Mornings of Mischief. Good morning, Stone Loki. How you doing, brother? If you'd like to hop on the panel, the link's pinned to the top.
But they'll show images of what they used to give as a gift for the kids ordering from the kids' meal. Like I said, it wasn't just one place doing it. They all were doing it. And like I said, some of the brands like Denny's, they made a deal with Hanna-Barbera for the Flintstones. Burger King had to deal with Star Wars. McDonald's had to deal with Batman. You know, you every place had something different, and there was always something going on. Always something going on. Today, like I said, I don't mean to do it as reminiscent, but they don't really do much. There's not that special Maverick come out. There would have probably been something for Maverick. There might have been coffee mugs or glasses. You don't see it. You don't see it now. It's a shame. It isn't that they can't do it or won't do it. They just nowadays they totally turn away. So I do hope McDonald's does do this little back thing for the Halloween buckets, but I also think they should come back with other things too.
I did find something related to the Denny's toys, but before I show it, I do want to welcome Baron Armentag. Welcome, brother.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Is Phil complaining that he can't get his kids' meals anymore? What's up?
No. What we're talking about, brother, is the fact that McDonald's is bringing back the classic Halloween buckets for the Happy Meals.
Hey, great. I love those things.
It's just one of those things where, like I said to Phil, I'm always looking for different types of articles to talk about here on Pop Talk that aren't necessarily related to pop culture, but they might have that nostalgia value.
Well, in some ways, it is kind of pulp culture because, McDonald's is so ingrained into us over how many years with Ronald McDonald, Grimace, Hamburglar, Mayor McCheese, all those guys. I mean, let's face it, they got sued by Koch brothers because of all that, because they said, and rightly so, they said it was a ripoff of their little shenanigans that they did. But I mean, just like I've showed before, the GoBot that Phil loves so much. I mean, that was Wendy's.
We don't talk about them, Tommy. We don't ever talk about GoBots here.
I knew that would trigger Phil.
And he's right; they were cheap. And I'm not going to. All right, here's the thing: the actual one you went into the store like Toys R Us and buy, they were a little better manufactured. They were up there with Transformers, but the one they used to give away at Wendy's. They were so plasticky. If you try to break them down out of a robot phase into a car phase, they would break.
Yeah. I mean, I got 4 of them. I still have 4 of them. They're all in great shape because, well, I just have it for the. I don't know. I just got them because I thought they were neat and have them sitting around. But oh, that's just it. I mean, these toys were always made to be inexpensive. At the time when they came out with these Happy Meals, they were saying, "Hey, we have to find a toy that's like that we can manufacture to be like 99 cents." Well, yeah, it's like, well, you get what you pay for. It's dollar store stuff.
That I remember, like I said, I had kids at the time, and Denny's for breakfast used to rock. And you remember the kids used to order from, like I said, the kids menu, and
Mhm.
this is what you would get, one of them toys. And it wasn't
Yeah.
only Flintstones; they had other things up there too.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Then they came out with now they got a little cheaper. I think now if you still have a Denny's, they give out the comic, not the comic, the coloring books.
Yeah. Mhm. A lot of places do that. The coloring book and the little thing of cheap crayons that break when you start using them right
Yep.
away. Yeah. But the best things. I don't know if he taught. I mean, I just popped in here. I haven't listened to you guys, unfortunately. But like when they had the glasses.
Wait, what? Wait, you haven't listened to us? I'm
No, I was.
heartbroken.
Well, I was
Why?
busy. I was busy. There's more important things than you sometimes, Mike. No, I'm just kidding.
You hear that, everybody? He says I'm not important.
Well, I said you're not
I'll
impotent.
decide.
Oh, I was going to say you're not impotent. So, girls, he's not impotent. But no, the best things they had though were like the glasses. When you had the Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, Empire Strike Back glasses, or the Warner Brother glasses. I mean, I have a whole set of when Arby's. I think it was Arby's that had those Warner Brothers ones. I have a whole set of those. I mean, those were the neat
They were
things.
still doing the glass things up until 95, and they'll be all different. Like I said, I was mentioning Christmas time. They would give out this fancy glass that if you went into like one of the kitchen stores or glass stores,
Mhm.
one individual glass would cost you $5, and it was gold printed, and then it had white print, and it would be all in like a winter seasoning thing, like might be a winter sled.
Mhm.
And you would go to Arby's, and if you buy a meal or you buy a milkshake, you could get the glass for $1.
Yep.
And it was high quality glass. Like I said, the gold was actually what they call it. It's 24 karat folded gold, but it's imprinted on the glass, not
Mhm.
cheaply made. And like I said, my ex used to work right next to it, and she got like 30 of them. Another lady, she bought so many of them that she was giving them away in sets of 10 for Christmas gifts to adults.
And that's the thing too. Some people would buy so many of them, you would find them at garage sales.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
There's some people like I have a parent still alive. There's some things are not brought out except for holidays, glassware, plateware,
Mhm.
and there's some for everyday use.
Mhm.
That's how people were back then. Nowadays, people don't care. If you have a green dinner plate, a red dinner plate, purple dinner plate, and a yellow purple plate, it's a plate. We don't care. You're just putting food
Yeah.
on it.
Right.
Other people, some people, mostly elderly people, because that's the tradition of having. You had your regular dinnerware, and then you had your special dinnerware.
Mhm. That you use for like Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas,
Yep.
all those good things in life. Hanukkah, Bar Mitzvah, the Canterbury, when they have the Kentucky Derby Day, stuff like that. And it was kind of like when you went to the theaters and you got in the way, way back days, and you used to get your silverware or your plateware and all that. These glasses were the same way. And let's face it, back in the 70s when these glasses were like 99 cents, those are kind of pricey at that time, but they were well made.
I mean, you notice the gauge difference too, even when it comes to
Mhm.
glass and silverware. A
Yeah.
glass made during the 70s is like 3 times as harder than a glass made today. And you
Yeah.
definitely can tell in your silverware. I have older silverware, and it's about 3 times as heavier than the normal silverware you get today. If you go to
Mhm.
like your Walmart, your Target, and you want, hey, I need silverware, the gauge of it, you can actually lift the fork and you're like, wow, is this really what it's made? It's not that it's
Mhm.
cheap. It's probably more efficient. It's that they don't use the same gauges that we used back in the 70s.
Mm-mm.
So a
Mhm.
normal fork and silverware would be a lot heavier than what you're getting now.
Mhm.
So
Oh yeah. I wish I had those BC glasses because we had those, but one of our cabinets broke, and a lot of those glasses went down and broke. And it's like, no, because I still am a big BC fan. And those were
I'm
from Arby's
always
too.
a person. I favor glass over plastic.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I just love everything tasting glass. I
Mm-hmm.
like. I will even say this. I'm not scared to say this. Beer and soda should never be in the can. Always should be in a glass bottle. It tastes 10 times different when you drink
Mm-hmm.
a soda or a beer out of a bottle
Mm-hmm.
than you do out of
Well,
a can.
just like
Yeah.
you take the glass beer mug, put it in the freezer, let it chill,
Yep.
then pour your
Mm-hmm.
beer into it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So there
Everybody
you
used to
go.
love that. And I'm not talking about them ones you go to the dollar store and it has that liquid around in the inside.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's not the same. You got to get one of them old fashioned beer mugs.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you can still get them. Hint, hint. Coming up, Oktoberfest, they get you them.
Mm-hmm.
You get them big steins there, huge ones. You know,
Mm-hmm.
hold a liter of beer or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I go to Oktoberfest. Yeah, I love going to Oktoberfest. You know,
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, that's just it. I mean, there's still some bars that will serve. They'll take it and keep their glasses and mugs in the freezer. When you order your tap beer at the bar, they'll come out and they'll be all frozen. I mean, not as often as it used to be, but there's some places that still do that.
Mhm.
well, I remember like for me, for like I said, bringing it all together, like Halloween and all this. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not far from the Dutch country in Pennsylvania. Love going up
Mm-hmm.
there to the Amish. They used to do pottery. You can get they used to have pottery stores where they make displays and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's all gone now. They don't do that no more. It's not that the Amish don't do it. They don't. They're let's just say there's not a lot of Amish left in the Amish, Pennsylvania. They're more
Mm-hmm.
Mennonites. I know people don't know the difference. Uh, Mennonites or Amish
Mm-hmm.
that can have modern technologies and accessories. They're
Yeah, they're the
normally,
radical ones.
yeah, they're, let's just put it this way.
I think I actually ran into a whole group of them at my local Walmart a few months back.
They
I was
love,
like,
even the regular Amish love, but the way you tell the difference is their outfit or if you see them in a car. Now, what
Mm-hmm.
the Amish do, they use their brothers and sisters that are Mennonites. Like if you go to, let's say you went to an Amish store, 9 times out of 10, it might be Amish owned, but it's being run by Mennonites. So
Mm-hmm.
you'll see
Mhm.
somebody at the cashier and she's talking to you. An Amish person would not talk to you or me, not because of anything. They're just a tight knit community and
Mm-hmm.
they do not want to talk, quote unquote, to the English.
Their ways are not our ways.
Yes, but
Mm-hmm.
since the Mennonites are more liberals and they can be and they're accepted as brothers and sisters, uh, they'll use the Mennonites to do their outside business with.
Mm-hmm.
So, like when you go to the Dutch country in Pennsylvania, like I said, there's not much of them. They're more Mennonites now.
Mm-hmm.
You go to a restaurant and they're Dutch restaurant. It's not really Amish run. It's Mennonite run.
Mm-hmm.
They have like a
yeah,
quilt store, stuff like that. It's not, even though they say they're Amish, they're really Mennonite. So
yeah, because I couldn't actually, because at first I actually mistook all these people for Amish. Like, wait, Amish people shopping in a modern grocery store? What are they doing here? I didn't even talk. I didn't walk up and talk to any of them because But I had no idea. I had no idea there were two different things, like you said, the Mennonite
Knights and Amish, yeah.
and the Amish.
You'll see Amish. Like when I was in Cleveland, there's a lot of Amish in Pennsylvania, Ohio, more than what there is in Pennsylvania. But you go to the Walmart and you'll see Amish, and the way you tell is they're actually driving the buggies. That's how one way you can tell. The second way you can tell, especially Amish men, if they have the beard, that means they're married. If they don't have a beard, that means they're single. But they always wear the hat.
And no mustache.
Yeah, and no mustache. Mennonites, they normally don't have to wear the hat, nor do they have to wear black with any color shirt. If you ever notice, Amish men always wear black pants, but normally a blue or purple or some different color other than white as their shirt. Mennonites, they don't have to do that. They don't have to do that.
Now, of course, the big thing too is they're not Dutch; they're Deutsch, which is German.
Yes, when people say Dutch and they think they're from Holland or Netherlands. No, they're Dutch means Deutschland. In German, that's how you say Germany, Deutschland, and that's where they get the name Dutch. And they speak German.
Exactly, it's Deutsch, and they think they hear Dutch, and then it's like they're just they're Dutch. Yeah, no.
And I will tell you this: we have a lot of building going on in Delaware, a lot of housing developments, and all that. All these people want to hire Dutch, Amish. Let's call them Amish. Amish workers, because let me tell you something. The only time they take their break is when they go on lunch break. But they can build 2 or 3 houses where us normal English can only build 1 house at that same time period.
And probably better done too.
And it is true, and I've seen it. They built a barn, like a newlywed couple, and they need a barn. They all get together. They'll have that barn built in a day. Everybody contributes. Everybody can. The women and children, make the food. The men and the older males, they're building the barn, and you can even get videos on YouTube. You can see it done in half a day. They have and I'm talking small barn here. I'm talking in like your milk farm style barn. Huge.
Yeah, because they need it. They need it because of everything that they have. They don't have cars, so they have horses. They got the cattle. They got maybe sheep or whatever, and they're hardcore farmers. I mean,
the one thing I did notice in Pennsylvania now and in Ohio, since developments are becoming explosive, people, big population, people growing, people moving, they don't like being near the Amish farms because when they fertilize their ground, they use manure, actual manure. So let me tell you, even if you're in a car, you have your windows rolled up, air conditioning on, you still smell that manure.
Oh yeah,
you're not getting away from it. So,
there that I grew up in, there was Hollandia Dairy, and had to go by this stretch of road to get my sister from ballet recitals and ballet practice. So every time you go by Hollandia Dairy, you would smell the manure. You would smell the cows. It didn't matter if you had your windows down or your windows up. You would still smell it.
Smell it. Yep. But you get people, they aren't in tune to where they're going. So let's go to Dutch country, Amish country, to go to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Then you have them in the car. Oh, what's that smell?
That's a smell funny.
That is how they grow their food. And that's why their corn tastes 10 times better than what you would normally get grown as corn. It for them, they don't do no how can I put it? Nothing that's
artificial.
Not natural. Organic, I guess you can call it. They don't feed their cows with hormones or anything like that. That's why I don't know if you guys have Acme or where you're at. That's why people love going to Acme, because they have the sticker on there that says Lancaster brand. Lancaster brand means that's Amish grown cow, Amish grown meat. That means you're not getting no hormones, no nothing. So,
Exactly.
but yeah, I always loved my parents. Always loved taking me to the Amish country, and that's where 9 times out of 10 we'd stop at Denny's. There was a Denny's.
Yeah, I mean we have a Amish community around here too. It's southeast Minnesota, northeast Iowa. I'm sure it probably goes into Michigan. I mean Illinois. I mean a little bit too. But yeah, I mean the smells. I mean that doesn't bother me. Like my uncle, when they had a bunch of kids come out to his farm out in North Dakota to help cut out, do the cutting and mowing in the ditches and such. The kids were going, "What's that smell?" And my uncle was standing there, and the guy who brought the kids out says, "That's the smell of money, kids." And my uncle just had to laugh. And a big surprise too. A lot of people don't realize in Mexico, just over the border and such, there is a huge Mennonite colony down there. So you have a bunch of Mennonites living down there. They're still speaking German, living the Mennonite way down in Mexico. A lot of people don't know that.
Very true. And before I bring in the next guest, Phil, I will go ahead and play your theme before I bring in our next guest here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bringing tears to my eyes. I love this better than Anonymous' theme.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Lord Phil McCracken and now Sir Anomas.
Okay, brother?
Yeah.
So what have I missed so far in our conversation? Just curious.
All
I know is when I got here, it was talking about toys, and then you guys devolved into gunny sack wearing bearded Luddites.
Why you hate the Amish?
Chicken poop.
Why are you hating the Amish?
No, not chicken poop, cow poop.
Cow poop, whatever. It's all poop, man. How did this? Where did?
Hey,
how did we
Anomas,
get here?
everybody poops. Everybody poops.
I don't.
Right?
Okay.
So that means you're full of it then, right?
Anonymous, have you ever had a Amish made toy?
No.
So you don't know what you're missing. There's nothing in this world better than an Amish made toy made out of real wood.
I mean, like Santa Claus used to deliver back in the old days?
Like getting the Nutcracker with the guy dressed up like a Nutcracker suit, and you put the handle and you put the nut in there and you use the wooden handle to crack it in his mouth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I had a Amish made guillotine, and that thing works just like a charm.
What? What are you doing over on your side of the world there, Baron?
Well,
we need to
have
call somebody.
No, not yet. Wait until the torches and pitchfork time.
Oh dear.
So I think on that note, we'll go ahead and move on to this next story from Phoenix Nest.
Do I know how to do a transition, or do I?
I think you do, Barrett. I think you do quite well. So the reason why I picked this article is because apparently there's going to be some Gundam-inspired Mecha TMNT toys.
Not surprised.
So there you see Leonardo. I don't know.
Leonardo da Vinci? That doesn't look like Leonardo da Vinci.
No, it's Leonardo the Turtle.
Not DiCaprio? Sorry.
Bunch of comedians here.
It's okay, Barry. Just remember, Japanese inspired with the Italian names. All I have to say. Turtles.
It's because Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird thought it would be funny to have turtles who were ninjas.
Mm-hmm.
That happen to have Italian names.
They're New Yorkers. They're mostly Italian.
No, don't you even take that back. Don't ever use that accent. No.
Whoa, come on, Phil.
No.
Come on, Pally boy.
That,
Hey, what?
that is
Hey.
That's a disgrace and insult to every Italian. If we could take New Jersey and New York and float it out in the ocean, send it down to Antarctica, we'd
Well,
be happy.
well, what about us up here in Minnesota? There, don't you know, with the accents that they like to make fun of there. Yeah.
Well, you
It's
should have
a,
an accent because you're Scandinavian, but you don't get that. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, the hell, we don't get that. Anytime someone thinks of Minnesota, they start talking that way because of Fargo.
don't you know?
Don't you know?
Betcha.
But then
You
again, you can get your nightly full of what they used to call that show that used to have country people on there.
Yeehaw.
Hee-haw. Hee-haw.
Now, don't
Yeah.
you go, don't you go making fun. No, I ain't putting up with that.
No, now, see, now, it's okay. Yes, depending. Hee-haw.
Where, oh, where are you tonight? I searched the world over and thought I found true love, but you made another.
and you were gone. Now, let me tell you something, Phil.
I'll tell you what, boys, we were having ourselves a good time this morning on Pop Talk.
Don't you come down here to our neighborhood
Your neighborhood.
and start talking trash.
The only thing I need to know is when are you having the cornbread?
Cornbread's every day, Phil.
Every
This is
day.
what
I
we
love
do,
cornbread.
okay? Now, we can bury you in the woods and nobody will ever find your body,
Uh-huh.
okay? So you just get on out of
Are
here.
you telling
Get on.
us things
Yep.
we don't know? Are you telling us things that you know maybe someone has done and yeah?
I
you
think
think
he's telling you the sequel plot to Deliverance.
Hey, Phil, where do you think Hoffa
Ain't none of
went?
that. We don't like
What?
that kind.
I don't understand.
Yeah, Hoffa, they sent Hoffa down there, and there's a lot of woods where you can't find anybody, I tell you.
You
They
think
already
they,
said
you
what
think they
happened
shipped
with
him down
Jimmy-
here, did you?
Jimmy Hoffa. They already
Yeah.
said that. They put him in the car. They put him in the compactor, crushed him up until the car into a nice cube with him inside. And they got sent to Japan. They got melted down. So one of our cars got recycled, and maybe your car has the actual metal from the car that Jimmy Hoffa got crushed in, with maybe some of his DNA.
Mm.
So every time you're opening and closing the door, Anomas, you're opening and closing something that has the spirit and essence of Jimmy Hoffa.
That's a new conspiracy theory I had never heard before.
I still like the Giant Stadium.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
buy that.
yeah.
He's
They
he's in
were-
some concrete under a big giant building somewhere.
Well, yeah, that's what they said. He was buried under in the stadium there at the goalposts, and so when they went in there and they did a spike, they called it the Hoffa for a while.
There you go.
True story.
It makes more sense,
Mm-hmm.
but
I'm going with the crushed car that got recycled and is now
Of
back
course
here in
you
the
are.
United States as somebody's door on their car.
Hey, Phil,
Or trunk.
it didn't come back as a car. It came back as one of your can of Cokes or something.
You know what?
That's why you don't drink
just say
canned
that?
Coke.
I'm
That's
drinking
why
a
you
can
don't.
of cherry Coke, and you're just now. Yeah, thank you. You just ruined my cherry Coke.
There we go. It's Cherry Hoffa Coke. There we go.
I got a little Hoffa in it.
Those look impressive.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
Apparently, this is from a company called Deus Ex. So, yeah, it doesn't really say when they're coming out, but
Are they now? I see this all in Japanese. Is this just for the Japanese market, or are they going to try to send them over here to the States?
they're going to try to send them over here in the States, too.
Okay. I see Nickelodeon. Okay.
Yeah, because they're officially licensed by Nickelodeon. So, we have
Oh, okay.
Michelangelo, Raphael, Donatello, Leonardo, and the
Mozzarella.
Shredder.
The Shredder cheese, mozzarella.
Actually, the Shredder one looks pretty cool.
That looks wicked. That looks like something even if I was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, would not want to fight. That is frightening.
I guess all that hardware is for making coleslaw.
You know what? Maybe one of these days I'll have a watch party of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the Discord.
Does the one go back to that one that you had on there? Is he holding like a gun? It looks like a plasma weapon or a bolter from
Yeah, he's got
Warhammer.
an arm-mounted gun. Let me zoom
Looks
in
like
on it.
Yeah, it looks like a Warhammer bolter almost.
Yeah, it's not letting me zoom in on it, but looks pretty cool for
It's just
Michelangelo.
Well, yeah, but they never had guns. That's the thing.
But they're
Ninjas
supposed to be
don't
like
carry guns.
Gundams.
Oh, I
No.
suppose.
They're supposed to be like the Gundam.
Okay.
It's a crossover.
That's a crossover. Like when they did Transformers Star Wars stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're still going to come with their weapons.
Oh, there's that proof. The proof.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's pretty cool. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if someone didn't know that I was a Ninja Turtles fan, go back and watch my live streams of the Cowabunga collection. And
You like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I didn't know that.
yes, Baron, I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
He also
As a
likes-
matter,
It's unheard of.
as a matter of fact, in December, I'm thinking about having a Saturday edition of Pop Talk centered around the 35th anniversary of the original animated series.
I love the animated series. That was fun. It wasn't like it was different from the comic book, but it was still fun.
Mhm.
Now,
And the
sorry, go ahead.
And the reason why I want to have that stream is because without the animated series, the only people who would be aware of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are diehard comic book collectors.
Yeah, that kicked the doors open for the popularity of the Turtles. No doubt about it. And then they had their coming out of the show tour.
Yeah. I actually went to that concert.
Yeah, I remember you saying that about that. And then you played a little bit of that, the pizza song. Their hit.
Yeah, Pizza Power.
Mm-hmm. I remember that song.
Unfortunately, what I can't find here is an actual release date, but I'll try to keep track of it and see if there's a release date coming in the near future. And of course, it all depends on the price for me whether I pick them up.
And of course, how much it cost. Yeah, the cost. I mean, those could be pretty pricey. I mean, a lot of that stuff I've noticed are, 40 up. If you're lucky.
I just want to point out that Ninja Turtles had to have pizza, not romaine noodles, not anything with teriyaki. It had to be pizza.
They're New Yorkers.
They're supposed to be ninjas from Japanese.
No, Shredder's from Japan.
And what did he teach them? How to eat pizza.
No, New York taught him how to eat pizza.
Yeah. New York pizza. They ain't even real pizza.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
So Ray's Pizza, most famous pizza place in the world. Is not
No.
pizza.
No.
Take a slice of pizza and fold it.
Look. Nobody makes it better than the original place where it comes from. My people over
Arkansas.
in Naples. Yeah, here we go. You just stick with the cornbread.
Hey, I make some good cornbread. So
I love
cornbread. And not that one you get out of a box neither. I want cornbread where you actually have corn.
And
piece of corn.
We don't have to have corn in it.
It has to have corn to be cornbread.
No, it's cornmeal, man.
You stop with
You
that.
stay up north, okay?
Who you calling a northerner?
Delaware.
No.
Yeah.
No. We're below the Mason-Dixon line.
Pennsylvania.
No, the Pennsylvania, okay. They're above the Mason-Dixon line.
Y'all northern. Just
no.
Yeah.
No.
Now the only time I accept corn in my cornbread is when it's
tired
Mexican
of you
cornbread.
down there.
Oh yeah.
Told us in Maryland that we're northerners. We're not northerners. We've been invaded by northerners, but we're not northerners.
And now we're having a civil war here on Pop Talk. It's Anonymous versus Phil McCracken. Who will
Nobody.
win? Stay tuned to
No.
find out.
Well, what we found out here is nobody wants Phil McCracken. It's like, no, you
It's
stay up
okay.
there. You're that Southerner. The Northerners, yeah, you go back down to the South. We don't want it.
I'm from the
stuck
South.
in
I don't
limbo.
really agree with Phil McCracken. Hell, people from the South, we all don't agree with each other half the time.
No.
No, not at all. That's why you have the Hatfields and McCoys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very interesting story. I lived out there in West Virginia. I could tell you that story. Crazy. And you
It
think,
is.
you know what? If you ever watched, I will tell you this: that one show that had what's his name, the actor that did I can't think of his name right now. Kevin Costner. Have you ever seen that TV show? It was like 5 parts on the History Channel. Not
Yellowstone?
History Channel.
No.
I can't
The Hatfields McCoys.
Yeah, he did, and that's almost 99% dead on about what really happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I know
And the
one
funny
thing.
was there were Hatfields fighting with the McCoys,
Mm-hmm.
and some McCoys fighting with the Hatfields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool story, bro. But I was exposed to it as a 7-year-old kid to that story by cartoons. I know there was a very obscure TV show on Cartoon Network called Time Squad. It had I think like Mark Hamill voiced like voiced a robot, I think, and there was a little kid that was like an orphan kid that was with them that was like a big history buff. And of course, they're like from the year 3000. Of course, they have to correct all the wrongs of history. One funny episode was like George Washington Carver had like an evil twin brother, and he tried to weaponize peanuts or whatever.
He tried to weaponize peanuts.
Yes, actually, yeah, he had like a giant zeppelin. He fired like peanut bullets at people.
The only way peanuts can be used as a weapon is someone's allergic to peanuts. Yeah.
Yeah, but I know again,
George
it was a cartoon again, but still, it was a very obscure show. But it only lasted like maybe a year or two until it was canceled.
But George Washington Carver, a lot of people don't give him enough props. That man came up with like 10,000 different ways on using peanuts, from shaving cream to peanut butter.
He boiled them. That's wrong.
And he made, let's be honest, if it wasn't for him, Jimmy Carter would never be a peanut farmer and probably would never have been president.
And his brother wouldn't have made peanut beer.
There you go.
Once again, there you go. And who says cartoons can't teach you anything about history?
Well, did they talk about how George Washington Carver had the first peanut oil female wrestling?
No, it was a kid's cartoon. Yeah, but seriously, hell, another thing was like, of course they had other historical figures like Winston Churchill, Lewis and Clark, and of course I already said Hatfields and McCoys. Hell, they actually tried to instigate the thing, but instead of them trying to be like a feuding family. I think they were trying to make they actually just came along or something. I just completely forgot the episode, but I think that's kind of what it was about. But still, it's been so many years. But hey, it teaches you a little bit about history as like a 7-year-old watching it at the time.
Well, it's kind of like Peabody and Sherman.
Yeah, in a way. And the kid kind of reminds you the little kid that was with them. You had like this big rough dude with 5 o'clock shadow, and I think there was one episode where he had like a ancestor who fought in the Alamo.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a really crazy show. Just look it up. The show is called Time Squad.
Yeah, I remember something about that one. Yeah, Time Squad. It didn't last long. I don't know Mark Hamill was in that.
Yeah, I mean, again, other than the Joker, he's had a prolific career in voice acting.
Oh, I know. It's just what was he in? And it's just like you don't realize because he's a very good voice actor. People don't give him enough props.
Like I said, he was in Time Squad where he played like the robot on the team. You kind of don't notice it, but I mean, again, it's like he's still talking like he's the Joker in a way.
Mm.
Well, that's what he did as Skeletor in
Yeah.
Masters of the Universe. It was the
Yeah.
Joker.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So let me bring up this next article here from comicbook.com.
Comicbook.com.
All right. So this story here from comicbook.com says Star Wars Darth Vader's James Earl Jones, excuse me, signed off on AI technology to recreate his voice.
This frightens me a lot because when basically he's retiring from doing that, and especially with a voice actor, he's like 80 some years old. It's like it makes you scared that is he looking at his final hours and he's just making sure everything's the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
And
great. I love him.
not only that, if they were going to do this with James Earl Jones, imagine what they're going to do with William Shatner, because I think he also provided his voice for AI technology. I could be
Mhm.
wrong on that.
Well, someone was saying the other day when I was on, I can't remember what show it was, but they said that Major Barrett did the same thing, where she went through and said a lot of words and such like that, so they could piece things together, make it sound normal. So when she passed away, they could continue using her as the computer.
I personally think it's a way for them to still collect royalties if they have the right to royalties. But
Hmm.
don't forget, in the 90s, we had them trying to bring dead actors back. And they first did it in commercials. John Wayne,
Hmm.
Elvis. Forget the
Hmm.
other person they did.
It was
Yeah.
Singing in the Rain, Gene Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they also did holograms of like Tupac and Michael Jackson.
So
Hmm.
it's in a way, it's all according who has the deal and what deals are done. So I'm thinking
Right.
he's thinking ahead. If they want to use my style of the voice and actually
Hmm.
say it is James Earl Jones, this is the way
Hmm.
of doing it, where he still gets, or whoever is in charge of his estate, still get paid. You
Right.
know?
And
I,
exactly, because that was a big fight back in the 90s because I think they were being a little shady with some of that, and the family or the estates came back after him saying, hey, whoa, wait a moment here. You don't have permission to use our family member for this way. And, there's got to be some compensation if you're going to do it.
Yeah. That's the big thing. I mean, today, I mean, let's be honest. If Hollywood wanted to put John Wayne into a movie, whatever company owns the rights or contracts or whatever, and whatever family gives the okay,
Right.
they can do it. The
Right.
thing is, will we accept a whole movie, even a part of a movie, with an actor CGI with his actual voice and playing a role in the movie?
well, I
Well,
mean,
that
Well,
you,
Scene did it with Rogue One, Peter
well,
Cushing.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. But also, we have seen this like even if you have living actors, I mean, you could still just make a whole CGI movie using just actors in motion capture suits and just capture their animations. I mean, sure, it may be expensive, but it would be less expensive if you actually had to do it all in like on location shooting. I mean, sure, some people may actually try to blend those two together, but you see glimpses of that in games like the games that have been done by Supermassive, like Man of Median, Until Dawn, and more recently with The Quarry. And you had like a lot of horror alumni. You got that lady from the old lady from the Insidious films. You have Ted Raimi. You got other actors like Halston Sage from the Orville, and so on. So you got a lot of like a few small time actors and some well known horror alumni as well. So there you go with that.
I
But the thing
think
is
it's
that they have to
easier.
be careful with that because, again, they have to make sure they have all the permissions or they can come back at you for that.
I
Oh,
think
that is
it'd be
true.
easier for them with the voice as more as like a live action. Even if you put somebody in a suit with the CGI and want to recreate John Wayne, the voice is what's most important.
Hmm.
And then, but
Yeah.
the thing is, there's enough John Wayne movie content where somebody had to get every syllable for every vowel and consonant said by John Wayne and putting together a hodgepodge of it. You can do it with somebody like John Wayne because there's plenty of his voice out there. Like I said, that won't be a problem. The problem is what people are going to think about it. I mean, look at this. In the next 10, 15, maybe even 20 years, there's going to be a group of people that say, we don't care if they do a remake of The New Hope with new people acting and new people doing it, as long as it's pretty much in line with the original New Hope. No changes, nothing. Everything the same, just modern photography and new actors.
And Phil, I hate to say this, they're already kind of kicking that around right now.
I know they are. But here's the thing. The people that will be against it will be the people like
me.
People that actually grew up on the original Star Wars.
Yes, and that's the same thing. Even though I'm younger and I grew up with the prequels, but I can see that the original trilogy is something you just do not need to touch. Just like how Back to the Future is a film that just does not need to be touched at all. It is just too timeless to be to ever be redone. It should never be redone because I mean, if you try to redo it, you're pretty much dating the movie already. I mean, hell, like about the movie Carrie. You have the 1976 version from the
that should never been touched.
And yet they bid it and like in 2003 they made 2013 they made the same one that is basically beat for beat the exact same thing as the De Palma film. There are always those remakes that pretty much follow it beat for beat, just like how even with Disney.
Oh, sure. Well, remember when Vince Vaughn and Anne Heche did the scene by scene remake of Psycho?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
well, believe it or not, this didn't just happen today. I mean, if you go back, you can go in the 30s and see all the movies that they did in the 30s, black and white and everything. Then when you get in the 50s and the 60s, you're seeing remakes. Even then.
Oh, yeah.
Of what was done in the 30s and the 20s. So, I mean, but it was more accepted because guess what? Actors were more popular. Actors that were actually doing it were known actors. I mean, unless we get a blockbuster actor to do a Luke Skywalker, it ain't nowhere near going to fly. But the question is, in today's world, where are you getting a young person, very popular, that even would anywhere resemble Mark Hamill as a young
people say Sebastian Stan looks so much like him, and hell, even the guy who played Icarus in the Eternals, but almost in a way, even Sebastian Stan and that actor, they practically look the same.
Well, their time to even want to use Sebastian Stan is running short because at a certain point in time, he's going to age where he couldn't even be able to play a young Luke Skywalker. If they were, I mean, their window, I give them 5 years if they ever wanted to do it. But for me, if I was Disney, and I would stick with, if they ever did a remake, CGI it. That's all. Don't use real people. Use the same type of graphics that you were doing in the Clone Wars 3D.
Just make it just make it a fully CGI film.
There you go, and leave it alone, and that's it.
Well, you don't need to have a blockbuster actor, though. You just have to have a good actor. Remember, Star Wars, when it came out, was virtually everybody was unknowns, except that's why they had to get Sir Alec Guinness in there. And, of course, everybody recognizes if they're in the genre, Peter Cushing. But other than that, I mean, we knew Carrie Fisher was Eddie Fisher's daughter, and she did Hairspray. I can't remember one of those two films that she did, but she was still rather.
And also, we had like Harrison Ford in American Graffiti a few years earlier.
And Mark Hamill was kind of known. He was TV as guest actor. Yeah, he wasn't on any show permanently, but he did guest acting, which was popular back in the day.
Right. So,
believe it or not, I forget the name of the show. There's a episode of Mark Hamill being a bad guy, and the guy who played Apollo in Battlestar Galactica is a good guy. I forget the name of the movie. It's kind of like a detective.
No, it wasn't a movie. It was the last season of The Streets of San Francisco with Carl Malden.
There you go. Yeah, I remember that to this day. I'll be like, after I seen the Battlestar Galactica and after I seen Star Wars, I said, them two were in the same TV show for an episode. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. But here's some homework time. If you find it, if you can, it's a great movie. It's called Looker from 1981. It's a Michael Crichton film, and so if right there, Michael Crichton was always forward thinking. It has Albert Finney in it. It has Susan Day in it. It has James Colburn in it. I mean, right there, with Albert Finney and James Colburn, you have good acting in it, and it's all about what we're talking about with CGI. What's happening is these young girls are going to Albert Finney, who is a plastic surgeon, being made to look even hotter than they are. They go to this company, they get digitally scanned into the computer, and then they end up finding these girls dead. And they start thinking Albert Finney's the one that's doing it because every one of these girls were done on him. And it's all about what we're talking about rights, CGI, all that. It's a great film. Find it, watch it.
Or hell, it'd be even more crazy if we actually create robots that have the exact likeness and even the voice of other people. Hell, you could literally just pluck people off the street and replace them with robots if we get to that point in the future.
Westworld, future world.
But when it comes to like James Earl Jones signing off on his voice, it's a way for his family to still make money off his name and voice. You get that already in the music industry. You had David Coverdale, Deep Purple, Whitesnake, sold all his rights, made $30 million. You have to remember, he's not going to make $30 million in royalties before he dies. So he sold it all, got the $30 million up front. Now somebody else owns the rights that he owned to the music and performances he did. That opened up a door. You're going to see other music people selling their rights because, hey, if you're telling me I can make 30 million now, I'm not going to make 30 million from now to the point I die. Well, I'm definitely going to get 30 million. I'm going to take the 30 million and you can have my rights to my music.
Well, that's the one thing, though. Greed is certainly a great motivator for a lot of people.
And like I said, he could be looking forward for his kids.
Right.
You know,
let's go ahead and get into the article and find out his reason for signing off on his voice and with it being AI technology.
And I think this is the most important part here, folks, and even more so than the fact he's writing that's being written off. It's the why.
So the article starts off by saying Obi-Wan Kenobi revealed a new chapter in Star Wars lore to fans all around the world. And they did a pretty decent job of showing where the titular was in between the prequel and original trilogy. Well, I beg to differ, but that's my opinion.
That's debatable.
Well, as comic book, they're known to be ass kissers.
I know. It says Ewan McGregor reprised his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi. Excuse me. And Hayden Christensen came back as Darth Vader. Most fans know the actor as the face under the mask of one of the greatest villains of all time, but his voice was always more important. James Earl Jones has loaned his voice to the character since the first time Darth Vader appeared on screen, and he technically voiced him in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Previously, there were reports that Lucasfilm was using a voice AI to replace Jones and use his voice for the future, and it seems that the actor approved the move. During a new interview with Vanity Fair, the people behind the AI revealed that Jones signed off on the technology and even advises them on it.
This is where we're going to get into the meat of it all.
Apparently, the 91-year-old actor was ready to retire from voicing the character and agreed for the company to use his voice. He had mentioned he was looking into winding down this particular character. Matthew Wood told the magazine, "So how do we move forward?" Jones is also credited for guiding the Vader's voice performance on the series, and Wood even called him a benevolent godfather.
Now, this is where the most important thing, and we have on here. He's 91 years old. He's 5 years younger than the Queen was.
Mhm.
And when they start saying they're going to be retiring and backing off, I mean, when David Prowse did that not long after he did that because he loved going out there with the people and he was ill. He finally passed away. And usually, when they start saying, I'm retiring from this because voice acting isn't that hard, it is hard, but not that hard. Um, it's not that physically demanding. It makes you start wondering, what is his health, and are we going to sadly see him pass here soon? I think this is the important thing. I think he's making sure everything is all taken care of for taking care of his family with the royalties, and he loves Vader so much. He does. I mean, he loves that role. He wants it to stay alive. He wants it for him. I mean, everybody remember this is James Earl Jones's voice, and he wants to make sure that he's part of that legacy even after he passes.
Yeah, but then Kitty Bear is right. They can't get it. They can't get it right. There's so much nuance in what James Earl Jones did for Vader, and I mean, you couldn't see a face. You couldn't see any expressions on, in his eyes or, on his mouth.
But the voice was so powerful.
But the voice, he had more acting and expression and nuance in his voice that pulled through the character that they can't replicate. And if you've seen Kenobi, you know that they did not replicate that. It sounded like him, but it just wasn't the same.
Well, that's exactly it. It's not necessarily it's going to be successful, but he's making sure it's kind of guaranteed for himself on that one. And, all you have to do is like in Rogue One, like I said back and said, the actor who played Darth Vader, specifically in the scenes where he's with Krennic at Mustafar, it was all wrong because he didn't have David Prowse's body language. Yeah, he had that imposing figure that Prowse had because he was also a bodybuilder, or is. But going through that whole scene, it's like, no, you do not have David. You should have been watching David Prowse a little bit more and try to mimic his performance. Just like when during Empire Strikes Back, something happened to Peter Mayhew, and they weren't able to use him for filming for a while. They put someone else in the suit. When they came back to it, they said, no, we got to refilm all this because it doesn't look right. And with the AI technology, like you're talking about, yeah, you're right. There's those inflections that James Earl Jones is so great. Even when in his live action films, that just grabs you, mesmerizes you. And it's like, just one sentence, he can just deliver something that most people have to have a whole paragraph for.
Yeah. Like by Don's Early Lights.
Mm-hmm. He's a good actor. He's one of my favorites. One of those guys that captured me whenever I saw him on screen. He's a top tier, one of my favorite actors. Even like Field of Dreams. Just
you mentioned Field of Dreams and Anamasa. I was going to mention that too.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go right back. I'm going to go right back to the genre.
It's baseball. That speech he gives in Field of Dreams.
And, even in Conan the Barbarian, look how he played that part. He's about ready to have Conan off, and he's talking to him like a father. But there's that evil undertone, and at the end there, he just has that booming voice, crucify him.
Come to me, child. Come to me.
Yeah, and even then, it's kind of crazy that even though also James Earl Jones has also lent his voice to The Simpsons as well. And now it's also owned by Disney, so technically it's kind of come full circle now. But even then,
I know everybody craps on like Big Bang Theory, but man, I love that episode when he was in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this also, just the way he also, even when you see him reading a poem, The Raven, it is so powerfully done. I just listened to it.
Yeah,
man.
The one thing to remember, even though you're seeing your favorite actors in the movie, it's like you have to use the sports way to understand it. Not every actor has the same contract. What James Earl Jones owns when it comes to Star Wars, Carrie Fisher might not own anything near it. Everybody had it's always different. They never negotiate the same way. Like I said, it's just like when courts, when you have different agents negotiating for you, and even when you have the same agent, he isn't going to go to ball for you as much as he might go to ball for someone else. So what James Earl Jones owns, I'll give you an analogy. Alex McGinnis, when he took on the role, he didn't accept. He took bare minimum when it came to getting paid for his acting. What he made money on was he took from George Lucas 10% of the royalties to the memorabilia. That's why when you hear him after Star Wars A New Hope says, I really don't have to work anymore. He made enough on that memorabilia from that first movie that he didn't really need it. And don't forget, he got the same. I think 10% might be too high, it might be 5, but somewhere between 5 and 10. He got the same percentage for the memorabilia in New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. Give it to him. He was a smart actor. If that made him more money that he never needed to retire, says a lot. George Jones probably didn't get the same deal, but where he gets his deal is my voice is copyright.
Well, the story goes with the voice on that. They originally wanted to have Orson Welles, and Orson Welles flatly refused, or he couldn't afford him, or I can't remember what it was. But James Earl Jones states that he went in there and did everything like in a day for Darth Vader. And he said that, he actually got it done a lot faster. George Lucas kind of felt sorry, so he kind of said, hey, can you do it over again? That way he was in the studio longer and got more money for doing the voice work on that, even though he was virtually pitch on right away in the beginning. But it's like, let's keep you in here a little bit longer, get a couple more pickups on this, and let's get you some more money. And even though he was never credited, a lot of us all knew who the voice was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the rest of the article starts talking about Andor and how that's the latest series on Disney Plus. And, I've heard some people say it's good, some people say it's bad, but I've already been burned by Kenobi. I'm not going to step in and watch Andor. Just like I only gave The Rings of Power 3 episodes, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm not here to crap on any of that stuff right now. But,
I'll admit, I caved and watched the first 3 episodes of Andor, and I will tell you my opinion. It didn't win me over. It didn't lose me. Didn't lose me either. But if my subscription wasn't going to be canceled, I probably would never have watched it. And they already did their harm. What they did with Boba Fett and the other one, Kenobi. That's enough. But I will tell you this: I do see a difference in attention. If it's a Disney character, they protect it. If it's a George Lucas character, they crap on it. You see in this Star Wars, the guy does a headshot to kill somebody. Endor, he kills that guy with a headshot. That's something Boba Fett would do.
Yep.
And we didn't get that in Boba Fett. That goes there and tell you, because they were saying before, we can't give you the Boba Fett that you're expecting because we want to be it for everybody. Family. But here we go.
Seriously, the real Boba Fett would have taken a lightsaber and chopped somebody's head off. Hell, he becomes the new man. He becomes the new Mandalore, Mandalore the Ultimate. Hell, that's a more badass story. But no, we got to make him a crime boss that's gonna lead with honor.
Well, the thing is the cult of Boba Fett. And I love the character Boba Fett, but what Boba Fett's supposed to be? He's a villain. He's a badass. He's not a good guy. He's amoral. He's only in it for the credits. That's what he was.
And it's just like his father Django. He's a simple man trying to make his way in the universe.
Right. And that seems to be what they all missed on that one. Or not missed, but cared not to follow through. It's like, we'll just take this character and we're going to whitewash him and make him all nice and squeaky clean. And
they wanted their
family friendly.
They wanted their character to shine better, right? They wanted Mandalorian.
I'll tell you what's even worse. They effed up Cad Bane too. I mean, he was probably the coolest character in the Clone Wars with that badass hat of it. He's also a member of one of my favorite species in there, the Duro species. He just looks so badass. I mean, he just looks terrible in live action.
Well, yeah, they're not doing a good job with the special effects. And they can do better, but it's like you got the time. I mean, how long was it that you filmed the bloody thing until you released it? You had plenty of time to tweak and make things look very pretty.
Well, let me say
crazy. They know how. I'm telling you, fans can do this crap better than you can. Like you saw that guy who basically fakes Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian. I know. I think they may have brought him on, but seriously, it just isn't gonna work. It just shows once again, we the fans can do this stuff better than the freaking actual people in Hollywood can.
Well, listen. The reason why is they got cheap right out of school. You know, animators or artists. They're not seasoned, right? They don't. They haven't got a lot of practice in, so it doesn't matter how long you give them to do it. Their quality of work is still going to be at a lower level than people who's been in the business for 10, 20 years. You know, people who were there when this started, when digital animation started. These people have learned so much over that time period and working on so many different movies. All these new kids coming in, they don't know. They don't have mentors to check their work, you know, and they're working them to death too. And you can't progress in your abilities in such short amount of time. Believe me, I draw, and it takes years of practice to get to a level where you're competent enough to throw your stuff on screen and you know, make money from it, or you know, and I'm nowhere near professional level at all. I mean, I still suck, and of course I've only been doing it for like a less than a year, but I mean,
well, and that's just it though. There's a love to it, and just like you said, you know, Otto, you could probably show us a piece of work and go, that is beautiful. A true artist always sits back and says, I can do better. It sucks.
Yes,
and that's the difference. The people that you have doing a lot of this don't have that pride. It's just like, okay, we're just going to go in and boom, boom, boom. There isn't that sense of that pride, that heart into it.
And self-criticism.
Yeah. I asked everybody here, what year is this?
2022.
2022.
Okay, I want you to look, and this is not enough to some of the people that said this, but you have to be questioning them. When I hear the last 3 TV shows that Disney Star Wars came out with, this is the best cinematography that we got in all Star Wars. Okay, you take them 3 TV shows made in pretty much 21, 22-ish, and you put it up against A New Hope. Which one has better cinematography?
Oh, I would say A New Hope.
Okay, and that's made back in that's almost 50 years ago in general. 50 years. You mean Disney has that much of an issue? They can't make them TV shows snap? It doesn't look nothing even like Big Bang Theory. And
exactly. I mean, hell, Disney has they are probably the biggest media conglomerate on the planet. They have billions of dollars, and they can't spare that. I know they got other operations and other operating costs, which are probably massive, but seriously,
but I'll agree with everybody when it comes to this. There is a Bandmade. It's made back in 2000, I think 15. YouTube. It got an award for it. Bandmade. It's called Star Wars Mission. It's about 30 minutes. It has Darth Raven in it, and these people probably had not even 10% of a budget than what any of these TV shows have for one episode. And I guarantee you would say that is the best Star Wars we've gotten since Disney bought it.
Well,
what you do? Acting, it has better cinematography, and guess what? It is fan made. if a fan made can make something that wonderful, and Disney can't,
Oh, look at this. Oh my God. Have you guys seen, I know this was made like 3 years ago, but have you seen the freaking Dungeons and Dragons car commercial from Brazil?
Mm-hmm.
I was actually on Pop's channel a few weeks ago helping him celebrate monetization, and that's one of the things that he brought up.
Yeah, that's insane. I just saw that yesterday. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Disney's filled with a bunch of people who have participation trophy and sensitivity training. When you're talking about these fan-made stuff, or even in Brazil, again, it's the love. There's a heart involved. Yeah, but they have a love. I mean, there's a lot of Dungeons and Dragon players down in Brazil and Argentina and all that. So I mean, they know Dungeons and Dragons, and they have a love for
that. It's from the cartoon, but it was done with such love and detail, and there's quality. I mean, yeah, it's some of it's a little bit not so good, but for the most part it's better than freaking Rings of Power, $1 billion franchise. And
considering it's a car commercial budget.
Well, as I always said,
was freaking awesome.
As everyone's talking with people with Judge Dredd and all that. There's always that. What's the best Judge Dredd film? Was it the Stallone one, or was it the one that's done with Urban? And I said no. It's a fan made film called Judge Menti, and it's on the internet. It's like about a half hour or so long, and they did everything right for Judge Dredd universe on that. And again, it's that love. I mean, the reason why Carl Urban did such a great job, he had a love of the character, and he insisted the helmet never came off.
Yeah.
Judge Menti was done by a ton of fans, and they have a love for this, and they delivered a piece of Judge Dredd cinema, if you want to call it that. But that I think even tops over the 2012 Judge Dredd film.
That'd be cool. Great.
That's why I say YouTube is going to be our savior here.
We're building. We're probably building right now up all kinds of creators from this fellowship, YouTube, people all over that are just doing it for themselves and doing it better, and because they love what they're doing, they love the franchises that they're working on, and you don't know how far 5 years, 10 years down the road that a whole new Hollywood springs up full of actual creative people and people who aren't woke and aren't trying to push some stupid new religion on everybody
in Hollywood. The new Hollywood may not even be located in Hollywood.
No, it won't be.
Exactly.
It'll be somewhere. It'll be all over the place. It won't be in just one location. It will be anywhere and everywhere.
But since you guys brought it up, I want to say I played the game Dungeons and Dragons. When I mean played the game, I'm not talking video game. I'm talking the books.
Yeah.
This is where things are being missed a lot today. When we had the books and we were playing, we had to draw the map out by hand.
Oh, yeah.
We had to use our imagination.
And that's something that's lost.
Yeah, you guys talk. I mean, even in modern video games, they still use the reference of the dice, the 20 side, the 40 side. It all comes from Dungeons and Dragons. But we had the imagination to use our minds. That helps you create stuff future. Like if you want to get into books, comics, movies, that's something you don't have in today's world. You don't go outside and play anymore. You don't tell your kids to go outside and play and use their imagination. When Star Wars Return of the Jedi ended, and we didn't have no Star Wars, and you were a kid, you went outside and played, and guess what you played? Star Wars. You're keeping the Star Wars story going with your friends. Imagination. Use the creativity. Where do we have that today?
We don't.
It's not.
That's the problem. It's not there.
Hell, I think that's also kind of the reason why Toy Story. I think it maybe give credence to the reason why the toys come to life in the movie. It's a child's imagination that brings them to life. That's what I've always figured. And hell, I think it probably I think even the 4 film probably makes that more clear. I think with Forky.
Well, and that's the thing. They bastardized down Dungeons and Dragons now to the point that it's all participation trophy role playing game now. It's like, oh, I get hurt if my character gets killed. No, that's part of the dangers. I have all my books. I got all the way back to first edition AD&D on up. I never let anything go in my game books because they're all great source materials, and you can go back and okay, this is where the lore goes. A lot of people don't even know the lore of Dungeons and Dragons, and like you were saying, Phil, the thing that brought Star Wars back, actually, everyone talks about Timothy Zahn. The thing that started the fire was the West End Games Star Wars role-playing game.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, all of us that were, after there was nothing new for Star Wars, and it kind of was in that wasteland. Now we were playing in the Star Wars universe with our own characters, and it started that fire up when Timothy Zahn. Yeah, and when Timothy Zahn started writing his book, they sent what was already published for West End Games out to him as reference material, and that was the start of trying to do a cohesive Star Wars.
People probably don't understand. I'll make it real quick so they do when we're talking this. When you play Dungeons and Dragons or you play the Star Wars games like this, you just think of them like books. Mm-hmm. Every adventure you had to buy a book. You would go to like Hobby Lobby, KB Toy Store, Toys R Us, even the bookstores, and you will get a Dungeons and Dragons book for an adventure. And normally you might get it for like $4 or $5. Okay, sometimes more expensive. And
$12 for some hardbacks.
And they will give you the adventure. You get to play with your friends. You make your characters, and you go. And when you finish that, you would go to wherever you went to get it. You would buy another book, and it'll be a different adventure. Sometimes there were mega ones. I have for Dungeons and Dragons, it's the mega one, the Temple of Elemental Evil. That thing was so huge and so popular that people were fighting over it. But Star Wars got into it, so you could create your own Just think of online game, but you're using pencil, paper, and your head.
And you're looking at the person you're playing with.
Yep.
And you're communicating.
Then I believe Star Wars came out with you actually can buy the miniature characters. It might be Thrawn, it could be Luke set of 5 at the bookstore, and the miniature character. And then what the purpose of that miniature character was so you can bring it into a 3D dimension on your game. So if I wanted necessarily you can use Thrawn, but let's say I want to be a different Grand Admiral, I can still use the Thrawn as a substitute. It was a visual that we didn't have.
Yeah, and you also have the table
the Mandalorian.
Well, you also have the tabletop wargaming where instead of doing the role playing, you're doing that. In West End Games started that. You had the medals back then for them when WotC, our Wizard of the Coast, they had their own version of that. But yet you can still use those miniatures as putting on there, making it seem more real with seeing your characters on there on the battle map.
Yes. I mean, like I said, you have to remember, this is before you had online multiplayer game. I mean, like when you do for Star Wars now, if anything, you can want to touch reality with it. It's equivalent of Star Wars, the Old Republic online game. You know, that's a kid can relate to that. But the difference between the online game and the physical playing it, again, you don't have to use your mind so much in the online game. To a degree you do, but not to the full degree where I have to draw a map. I have to roll the dice. I have to draw all this. I have to explain that. The game does it all.
There you go. You can have the Republic Cruiser. I mean, this thing here is full of miniatures.
Yeah, I remember it used to be you used to get set of 5. If I remember correctly, set of 5.
Yeah, and I got a bunch of these when WotC was coming to the end of it. But yeah, I mean, here's one of the Dark Troopers.
Yep.
I mean, that's a massive one compared to, you put that on there. And, this is a clone trooper.
Yep.
I mean, look at the size difference, and they gave that, for that size sense on there. Here's my General Grievous. I don't have them on the plastic, but. Yeah, General Grievous. You have the ships if you wanted to have a place marker for the ships. So, there's a shuttle. Here's a Wookiee. Let me get over here. There we go.
See, when we were young and we spent the night and we wanted to do something at night and had to be quiet, we can do this. This is what we did.
Where's my judge? Oh, here. Oh, here's Darth Tyrannus, also known as Dooku. How could you have such a great name like Darth Tyrannus but still go by Dooku? You know?
He was in disguise, Baron.
Yeah, by the name Dooku. Come on,
Dookie.
George.
George was not so good with the naming, I think, sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think there's a cat. They were something that we use not only in the game. You would have to have the, let's say, your book might needed that character holding up, but then if you were going on and you didn't have a model of the character, you substituted with one of these, and that's what you used. You used your mind and you used your imagination.
Phil, you're scaring the dogs.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, I got all phases of the Dark Troopers. Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. At least one of each.
Maybe them dogs are smelling hot dogs, and they think that it actually was a dog at one point.
I think it is our delivery, our food delivery. Here, a Duros, great Duros. I mean, these are great. Plus, then you have the micro machines make great little things where we find whatever you could for placeholders. I mean, there's the Death Star.
I got my snow speeder. I don't have my camera on, so I can't show it to you.
You know what's here.
It's a tiny little snow speeder.
Yeah, I mean, as it goes, these are great and wonderful. I mean, they help keep things alive. I kind of figured that was what it was.
Using our minds and creativity wasn't only by choice. That was sometimes pushed on us because our parents used to tell us, "Go outside."
I'll be right back. I gotta do something. I'll be right here.
He's gonna kill the dogs. No, Baron, no.
I'll go and read this article from Deadline.
Yeah, let's get into this now.
So we have some sad news here. Louise Fletcher, known as Nurse Ratchet, and also Kai Wynn, passed away the other day. Louise Fletcher, whose Oscar-winning performance as the sadistic Nurse Ratchet in 1975's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, gave Hollywood one of the greatest all-time villains and provided the culture with a portrait of a bureaucratic, evil, so undeniable that the character's last name could carry a TV series 45 years later, died Friday at her home. And I'm probably going to butcher this because I don't speak French. But Mata Darase, again, I don't speak French. France. She was quiet you. Quiet you.
Yeah, well, just sound it out. Monterossi.
And she was 88. It says her death was announced to Deadline by her family through agent David Shaw. Although no cause was specified, Shaw said she passed away in her sleep at the home she had built from a 300-year-old farmhouse surrounded by her family. Earlier today, she said to her family about her beloved home, "I can't believe I created something so meaningful to my well-being." It goes on to say, although forever linked with her most famous character, Fletcher enjoyed an acting career that spanned more than 60 years and included numerous performances in both television and on film. She had a recurring role on Star Trek Deep Space Nine as the Bajoran religious leader Kai Wynn Adami, and guest starring roles on Picket Fences and Joan of Arcadia, brought Emmy nominations in 1996 and 2004, respectively. Born July 22nd, 1934 in Birmingham, Alabama to deaf parents, she used sign language in her Academy Award acceptance speech, one of the Oscars' most memorable moments. And of course, I have the link for that video below. Fletcher began her acting career in the late 1950s on such episodic TV series as Lawman, Bat Masterson, Maverick, The Untouchables, and 77 Sunset Strip. Similar roles followed at a steady clip throughout the 1960s with appearances on Sugarfoot, Perry Mason, and The Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp. She appeared on film in 1963's A Gathering of Eagles and more fortuitously in 1974's Thieves Like Us, directed by Robert Altman. It was her performance in the latter film that drew the interest of director Milos Forman, who was in the process of casting his film adaptation of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and the 1962 Ken Casey novel set in a mental institution and focusing on the conflict between a man feigning insanity to avoid prison and the domineering head nurse who demands conformity and obedience at all costs. With Jack Nicholson set to star as the headstrong anti-hero patient Randall McMurphy, Foreman spent the better part of a year looking for a potential co-star who could hold her own against the actor. Then, riding high from the success of Chinatown, the director reportedly made offers to, among others, Colleen Dewhurst, Ellen Burstyn, and Bancroft, and Geraldine Page before deciding he had found his tyrannical Mildred Ratched in Fletcher. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was an immediate critical and box office hit and would sweep the year's Oscars by winning the awards for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Leading Actor, Best Leading Actress, and for the work of Lawrence Hawburn and Bo Goldman, Best Screenplay. In winning her Oscar, Fletcher became only the third woman to win the Academy Award and BAFTA Award and the Golden Globe Award for a single performance. So undeniable was her portrayal that in 2020, the Ryan Murphy Evan Romanesky Netflix series Ratched, a prequel of sorts to the novel and the film, with Sarah Paulson in the starring role, would need only the single word title to evoke the sense of dread and cruelty conveyed by Fletcher decades earlier. The impact of the Oscar win was, she later recalled, exhilarating but fleeting. In a 1995 interview with the New York Times, she advised that year's winners to just enjoy it. It'll make you wonderfully happy for a night, but don't expect that it'll do anything for your career. And the quote from her says, "I got the Oscar when I was 41, said Fletcher, then 60. If I was 23, it would have been hard to deal with. Hell, at my age, it was hard to deal with. It was like being thrown an explosive." In the same interview, she recalled a prophetic comment made backstage on Oscar night by the Fetch-born Foreman. Milo said, "Now we're all going to make flops." It was true. I made The Hederick, the second Exorcist, and it was a huge flop. Milos did Ragtime, and Jack did The Missouri Breaks. That's Czech Prophecy. Exorcist 2, The Hederick, 1977, ushered in a string of high-profile but less than successful films for Fletcher. The Cheap Detective, 1978, The Lady in Red, 1979, Brainstorm, 1983, Blue Steel, 1990, and Cruel Intentions, 1999, among others. In a more memorable role, she played the Ratched-esque mother in Karen and Richard Carpenter in the 1989 TV movie The Karen Carpenter Story. A career
Brainstorm was a good film. Sorry.
That's
I was just saying, Brainstorm was a good film. That movie should have gotten better than, response than it did.
Article goes on to say a career revival began just a few years later when in 1993 she landed the recurring role of the devious but religious leader Kai Wynn Adami on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. In 1996, she guested on Picket Fences as yet another cold as ice character, playing the estranged mother of the town mayor, portrayed by deaf actor Marley Matten, as a woman who rejected her deaf daughter. Fletcher earned an Emmy nomination. Fletcher was nominated for another Emmy for her 2000 role guest appearance as an elderly music teacher in Joan of Arcadia. Goes on to say subsequent TV roles included appearances on Seventh Heaven, Private Practice, and from 2011 to 2012, Shameless, in which she memorably recurred as the meth cooking jailbird mother of William H. Macy's Frank Gallagher. Her final TV credit was in 2017 in the 2017 Netflix comedy Girl Boss. Fletcher was married to film producer Jerry Rick from 1959 until their divorce in 1977. She is survived by sons John and Andrew Bick, granddaughter Emily Kea Bick, sister Roberta Ray, and brother-in-law Edward Ray, and 10 nieces and nephews.
Okay, I just got back. We have a Chinese restaurant in town, so they're coming to pick up my dogs.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, as long as you're not breaking out the guillotine, you know.
No. Amish one's made specifically for a certain segment.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh, she was the woman you loved to hate, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did watch the Cuckoo's Nest but I do know her the best from Deep Space Nine, and yeah, she was a good weirdo villain, just backstabbing, conniving. Man, she did it so well. So yeah, R.I.P. Louise Fletcher.
You know, that's the thing that shows right there. You know how they sit back and say some actors are great villains and they play villains, and you know what? People have to realize women make great villainesses. They're good at those parts, and they shouldn't be besmirched for that. Just like a man being able to play a villain through most of their career, also. As long as you do it good and you love it, you know, don't think it's bad that you're playing or that the villain. I don't know if she ever regretted the fact that she was kind of quote unquote typecast as a villainess, but you know, when you're good at it, that's what you're good at.
Well, it seems like she
was
into
good
it.
as Kai Wynn on DS9.
Yeah.
Every time she showed up, it's like, damn it.
She's like the Karen that went to like the level 10 or she went to 11. You know.
Yeah.
It was so good.
I would say
Star Trek Karen. I like that.
Louise Fletcher played one of the top 4 characters for females. Now there could be more, but I'm going to say this: did you remember her character as Nurse Ratched? Then there was Miss Ballbreaker from Porky's.
No,
never forget her.
Oh, you're talking about different. Okay, I got you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And there was the lady that played the one where she breaks the guy's legs. I can't.
Oh, that's Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates.
And the other one is the lady that played the actress. No Wire Hangers.
That was Mary.
I can't think of the actress' name, but yeah.
She was a classic actress.
Them 4, even though the one from Porky's is more comic, but I think them other 3, when you say villainous type women, I think they're the 3 most memorable. You might not remember the actress's real name, but when you say Nurse Ratched, you got her image in your head. When you say Miss Ballbreaker, you remember the image of that lady.
Yeah, if you grew up. Yeah, if you grew up in the 80s, you know Ballbreaker.
Oh, yeah. And that was Nancy Parsons is the actress name. And I have to do it. I have to be like Peter Ustinov here. She was from St. Paul, Minnesota, and she passed away, unfortunately, in 2001 in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Shame. Like I said, sometimes you get a role, and it makes you. And sometimes it's a villain. Don't forget, Peter Cushing and what's his name? Count Dooku, the actor who played them.
Christopher Lee.
They played a lot of movies together where Christopher Lee was the good guy. Oh no, excuse me. Peter Cushing was the good guy, and what's the name? Christopher Lee was the bad guy.
Yeah, Van Helsing and Dracula. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and also you can also say, in other words, sometimes the actor, once they get that famous role, they're always pegged for that role.
Yeah,
exactly. Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill will always be known as Luke Skywalker,
but he'll also be known as the Joker too.
To people that know it. But his iconic role will always be Luke Skywalker.
Yes,
I agree.
For her, she did a lot of TV, a lot of TV and a lot of movies, but she will always be remembered for that
Nurse Ratched
that wouldn't turn the TV on over One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest. Yeah,
yeah. And just let you.
And how?
And by the way,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say. By the way, also Miss Ballbreaker. She was also in Star Trek: Next Generation. So there's a Star Trek connection right there.
Yep.
I remember. Yeah, but the way her hair is like. How it's where she's playing Nurse Ratched, they literally look like they could be interpreted as devil horns.
Oh yeah,
yep. That's what they're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you put symbolism in films, and you knew how to do symbolism.
Yeah, it was subtle. Yeah, it was more subtle. But if it's overt, yeah, if she was if she was painted red, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, this chick is definitely like the female devil. But no, yeah, the whole point if you do symbolism perfectly, it's all about subtlety.
And take a step back to Peter Cushing. Peter Cushing was reported as saying that the films, the Hammer films and all that, he even knowing that these aren't exactly roles that I relish or wanted to do, but these are the ones I'm well known as and I do good at, and he kept on doing it and kept on doing it with full gusto, with full heart, and he loved his fans.
Yep.
And he was a miniature war player too. He used to make his own little armies, little tin soldiers.
When I see her, every time I seen her in Deep Space Nine, she, not her, but that character used to irk me. There were sometimes I wanted to shut it off because I could not deal with her. That character, I despised her character.
That's how you love to hate, man.
Yeah.
You love to hate her.
But it was one of them, I love Deep Space. Oh, all of the new Star Trek, for me, new Star Trek, anything that doesn't have to do with Kirk and crew, that's new. All of them, Next Generation, Voyager, Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine, to me, was the best of the best. I'm sorry. It had the best. When it comes to Klingons, then you have no Klingon story better than what was in Deep Space Nine. When it had people like her playing as Bajoran from Bajor, it had the best. That thing cultivated Star Trek, and to me was the best of Star Trek.
Yeah.
So, but her
that's one of the things I've said to Paul. As far as Tuesday Night Trek is concerned on his channel, is I can't wait for us to get to Deep Space Nine because I think he's going to enjoy it. Once he gets to the first season, I think he's going to see where the series is going because it's my belief and my opinion that it's season 2 where the series actually starts to find its footing.
Exactly. And Phil, you did the best eulogy you could possibly do. I hated her so much in that character's role, and then she did the role great. When you hate someone, they hate that character so much.
You would hate it. Like I said, I was at some points when I remember not watching it for the second, not watching it there. I'm talking the first time. When I see her pop onto the episode, I was like,
"Oh God, not her again!"
And I wouldn't be mindful about that, but when you're deep into the story, you're like, okay. And I would be honest, at some point, she actually made me hate everything Bajoran. And that's how good she did it. I was like, I'm getting tired of this Bajor stuff.
Yeah.
Give me some Cardassian stuff. Give me that. But it wasn't. How can I say? It wasn't bad that I needed to turn the show off. It was more her playing the character as it was supposed to be played, but finding that character is like the one that you wanted to choke.
Yeah, exactly.
And I forget how many episodes. I think she's like 15 or 16, so she's considered a main cast actor for that for Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, she was in 16 episodes. Her first appearance was in the season 1 finale, and then she was in every season since then.
So Jen,
yeah, she was
I'm seeing here that you've got a dip, so I'm going to go ahead and post your link in the chat. Is there anything you wish to promote?
Oh yeah. By the way, yesterday actually was the 10-year anniversary of when I first started out. When I first registered myself on YouTube, it was exactly September 24th, 2012. So it's been exactly 10 years. I actually did a Twitch stream for Halo MCC. But the thing is, again, the thing we were originally planning to do, I was doing it with Drew at Underground, a friend of mine, Bear64, my moderator, Killzone. But the problem was we couldn't do the flood levels for some weird reason. So we just played customs the whole night. And again, that video is right up there on my YouTube channel. So it's like the newest one. But it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy how far I've come from there. I mean, I just started as just being a dude who just commented on certain videos. Then when I had a PS4 and the means to post content on my channel, everything just blew up from there. And doing podcasts and being on here and doing my own stuff, it's been an incredible journey over the course of this whole decade. It's crazy.
And real quick, I do want to mention something. A week from this Saturday, I am going to be having a Saturday stream. And the topic is get to know us. And what is it about us that we want folks to get to know? Our YouTube channels, our Twitch channels. Why should someone subscribe to our channels? Why should someone follow our channels? What makes our channels what they are? So if you'd like to come on that Saturday stream, Jet, you're more than welcome to, because it's going to be an open panel, just like this show is.
Yeah, and
also, talk about.
Yeah, and also, but I know also the same thing is I try to do my own open mic called Talking Pinheads as well. But I know, like I said, since yesterday was my 10-year anniversary, I decided to skip that and just do that anniversary stream on Twitch, and now it's uploaded on my YouTube channel. But I'll swing by if I can. Thank you guys for having me on. I'll see you guys later.
Say it, Jet. Have fun.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you. Peace out.
And then there was war.
Oh God.
And there were 4.
Phil.
Be nice, Hanamas. Be nice.
Oh, okay, I will. I'm sorry, Phil. You know.
I know
Phil.
how you are.
You know how.
I'm used to it by now.
I give you crap, but you're fun to play with.
Yeah, huh?
I like it.
You just hate your more northernist southern brother more than you hate,
anything
damn Yankees,
That's right.
Hey, Mike, can I suggest a new theme song for Lord Phil McCracken?
Sure.
Yeah, since he's promoting being Southerner and all that, it should be dueling banjos when he comes on now.
I will find a song.
Dueling banjos playing.
That's copyright free, and I will play that from now on every time Phil comes on.
Dueling banjos playing Dixie, if I can do a request.
I'll see what I can find. As long as it's copyright free, I'll use it.
Or thank God I'm a country boy.
I don't think you can get that.
I'm going to be able to use that.
No.
You can play Dixie. Dixie's probably not copyrighted by now.
No, I'm sure there's plenty of open license. Yeah. The day that the Southerners.
That's written by a Yankee from Ohio.
Yep.
Figures.
And when the Southerners surrendered, the Confederates surrendered, he requested the band play Dixie in honor of him.
Yep.
Excuse me.
All right. So our next story here comes again from comicbook.com, and it says Twitch employees reportedly believe company is out of touch. And it starts off by saying Twitch employees are expressing concerns over how out of touch the company is following some massive changes to the platform. Twitch is a giant platform and rivals many of the other social media platforms thanks to how engaging it is. There are countless entertainers on the platform streaming games, talk shows, elaborate productions, and more all help lure people in, and the communities surrounding them help keep people coming back. It's a great platform that has fought off competitors such as Mixer over the years, but there is concern that Twitch could lose its throne in the foreseeable future as it continues to make controversial changes and YouTube steadily builds up its streaming platform.
Competition is good.
hmm This apparently isn't just a thought from streamers or viewers either. Twitch employees reportedly echo similar beliefs. In a Bloomberg article about the departure of Constance Knight, senior vice president of global creators at Twitch, it was reported that employees think the company and its leadership are out of touch. The news comes following a controversial choice to lower the revenue split for some of the platform's top creators, a move that apparently wasn't received well by some Twitch employees either. Two former employees told Bloomberg that there aren't many people representing the creators at the table of Twitch executives. Zachary Diaz, Twitch's former director of emerging content, also spoke about Twitch president Dan Clancy's business first approach to the platform. And it goes on to say Dan is the ultimate embodiment of a tenured business technology professional coming from a non creator first company trying to right side the ship that seemed to be veering off into unprofitability, said Diaz. He is the embodiment of creator sentiment is secondary to everything. There is no leader to push back against that, so it's now the direction of Twitch. Goes on to finish off by saying, as of right now, it remains to be seen if Twitch will pull back on some of its controversial changes. Some streamers, such as Germa, have threatened to leave the platform following the news. Twitch did do one thing particularly right earlier this week after it announced it would be cracking down on gambling streams. What do you think of the state of Twitch? Well, I'm going to say, as someone who does have a channel, I know how original it's called Pacific 4 and 4 on Twitch. It doesn't have any hardy har. You know, it doesn't really have discoverability like YouTube does, where you can actually see other streamers who are streaming different games. Yes, it'll show the more popular ones, but it doesn't have a section where you can say, okay, who's streaming this game? Who's streaming that game? It's based on their more popular content creators, and the little guys and gals are not even seen. We're buried underneath all the bigger channels. It's like I was saying to Chaos the other day, you know, I've been on the platform for 3 years, and it's taken me 3 years to get to 50 followers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they have to be. They need to build up new talent in there instead of relying on the established ones. You know, I said it before. Even when it comes around to like with YouTube and all that, especially the younger YouTubers, Doomcock isn't going to be here forever. Gary's not going to be here forever. There's going to be a void that needs to be filled up, and someone's going to be needs to go in there. And you know, someone might decide, okay, I'm tired of this. I'm not going to do it no more. Or they go to greener pastures or whatever. You know, it's not necessarily a bad thing when I say they're not going to be around. But as it goes, is when the void gets opened up, people need to go in there. If you don't build up that new talent, you don't fill that void. People don't know about it. What's going to happen? You know, it's like you can't always put your eggs in one basket. And just because someone's popular doesn't mean they're good. I mean, honestly, is PewDiePie all that good? And he's the the king of all YouTube, or was.
Yeah, I would freaking Dark Side Phil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seriously, he's got subs to no end, and people watch his show. Is he good? No.
What's that, Doctor?
Disrespect.
There you go. Hey, them three top people right there, they're the best so-called YouTubers. Yeah, and I don't like either channels.
Well, when I say the best, I mean talking about they have so many memberships on there, and just because you have someone watching something doesn't mean that they're the best. Uh, I mean, we know that for television shows. It's like, why is this show getting such high ratings and such? It's garbage. We talk about it all the time. Of course, there's always flubbing and such, like and it goes on there. But I mean, do people still go to Mike Zero? Honestly,
Yeah.
Give him this. The man will put five clips up a day.
mm-hmm.
You know, only thing is I don't like about him. I understand what he's doing. He's just, if it's a rumor, if it's mentioned Star Wars, he's putting
Mm-hmm.
it out there. I rather wait and see what is real,
Mm-hmm.
rather than, all right, possible, maybe, could be. I don't like dealing with that when it comes to entertainment.
Right.
Because
No.
if you listen to half the stuff even before the internet,
Mm-hmm.
back when, even in the 80s and 90s, the rumor mills were always spilling. If you don't
Mm-hmm.
believe me, that's why you got what's the Entertainment Tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They all used
Yeah.
to spill the rumors. So
Yeah, and Leia Rose, I just want to say he's okay.
but I will say this: they are content creators or a conglomerate of channels.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to bring it up. Collider was one of the big times on YouTube. But then you see infighting and explosions happen, and where's Collider today? Gone.
Well, yeah. Well, you start getting egos involved. That's one of
Yeah.
the bad things is when they. This is supposed to be for fun, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And when they start taking it from fun, they start getting away from what they were doing. It's they start getting full of themselves. I'm just saying, and this is a hyperbole in general, not specific to anybody. But there, we all know there's some out there that get too big for their britches because they're monetized and they have so many whatever, and they're not what they used to be. And you stay what you are. You stay true to yourself. You end up riding this storm a lot better. And maybe sometimes they can see the sincerity, and if you keep that sincerity, they'll gravitate towards you.
Yep.
Always be yourself. I mean,
I like small channels. There's a few big ones I go to, and what I mean by why I like them is, regardless if you pay for a super chat or if you just a member, you're just constantly in the regular chat and you say something, you get acknowledged. And you're not always wanting or expecting the person. Like if Mike's doing his thing and he's talking about an article and I say something, doesn't mean necessarily Mike has to, every time I put a message in there in this general chat, he has to, acknowledge it. That's not what I'm saying. And no one can expect that. But there are some people that will only read a super chat. Don't care what anything said into the regular chat. There are some people that will say, I'm monetized and I need support, which is fine.
Right.
But then you throw out the Patreon. Then you throw out this other one. Then you throw out this other one. For me, I'll support you on YouTube. I'll support you on Twitch. I'll subscribe to your channel. If your channel needs a little extra push, I might make a comment to help push your stream or whatever the video is. I might even, if you're monetized here and there, give you $2 for a super chat. But as far as I'm going to go pay $50 to go join your Patreon and pay you $50 a month, no, I'm sorry, I won't do that. I might say to, like, let's say Mike was monetized. I might say, instead of me paying $2 here, $2 there, I might say, here's a one-time super chat, $50, and I'm done. I won't don't expect anything from me for the rest of the year, But I'm not knocking on people wanting to do Patreon, but I'm not here for Patreon. I'm here for YouTube.
Well, yeah, it kind of goes down to the level when it comes to that is how much people are invested in the channel and how much they want to keep it going. It's not for everybody, and at least we know now how much Mike is worth to you. He's only $50 a year, so. But when it goes, yeah, right. But when it comes down to it, it's like if someone has a Patreon, great. I've never joined a Patreon. I don't ever intend to, and it's no offense. I mean, I only have so much money.
Yeah.
And there's only a few channels that I'm actually subscribed to because of it. But they're the ones I believe in and I want to support. I mean, as I joke with Pop Culture Minefield, not only am I one of the panelists, I'm also a member too. Like the old hair club for men. But when you have someone you want to, and they are monetized, and they have that, and you really believe in what they're doing, I don't mind throwing a few dollars their way, honestly. And but yeah, when it gets to some of the bigger ones, they have bigger productions, obviously, and you have a very great fan base that believes in them. Let them do it. That's no problem. Just remember what you are. And I know that a lot of people, when someone says something interesting in the chat, they'll get called out on some of these bigger ones. But the thing is you have to, this is a hint for people who do chats. If you're going to put something in there, just don't put, obviously the conversation you have, but if it's directed or whatever, don't be stupid about it. Have something that's, that's pertaining to what the topic's about and insightful. And I mean, obviously, if you're in the chat, you're talking amongst each other, which is great. When you see a chat hopping with everyone talking about it, especially about the show and various factors off of it, you're doing great. Yeah. But when you direct something to the host, the reason why you always get mentioned there, Lord Phil, you always put something interesting in the chat.
Here's the thing that I will tell I am not a content creator. Okay. I like going to people that make content regardless of what it is. I'll go to, I'm not scared to say it. You guys probably don't know it. I play World of Tanks. Big time YouTuber that does a lot of streaming, did it since the game pretty much began. It's called Quacky Baby. He does a lot. I'm a member, but I do his Twitch, but I never gave him a dime outside of watching his videos and that. But here's the thing that bothers me. When it comes to entertainment, and regardless of what that entertainment is, be it music, be it movies, be it all under one umbrella. When you gather a council or a group of people, 3, 4, 5 guys, and every time that stream would be 5 or 4, 3 or 2, and it's a constant echo chamber, nothing's worse than the echo chamber.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, we're 4 people here. We hang in Mike's live stream. We all don't see everything eye to eye, and we point that out, and it's fine. That's how it's supposed to be. We're not clones.
Right.
I guess in the modern term, clones don't even always agree. Everybody isn't supposed to always agree on things.
That's why I love you all, you guys.
And another thing about doing content creation too is when you're doing a live stream and you see, somebody in the chat causing trouble, like last month. Pop Talk, we had some people who had never been to the channel before, and they were causing trouble, not just to us on the panel, but also to other members in the chat who are regulars.
Yeah,
and I had to call them out.
Well, you have to remember, you get these group of people that, and I don't want to just say it was on your channel. They go to everybody on YouTube, and regardless of whatever the topic is, whatever they're talking about, all right, well, they're going to hate it or hate what you're doing. You're going to get the haters. I mean, that's even in real life. If you remember high school, you sit down at your table, there's 6 of you, and you're talking about something like the Monday Night Football game. There's 1 guy or 2 guys at the end of the table. No matter what you're saying, they're going to hate it. They're going to disagree with you, and do it verbally. And
well, before I continue on, sorry.
Right. No, I'm just saying the reason they're doing it, and it, isn't because they cared about either one of the football team or the game itself. The purpose is to belittle you who are talking about it. and
Well,
that never changed.
And
Well-
real quick, Mike, the Comic Relief Crusader, says it right. Us small channels do have to stick together. And Leia, you don't have to apologize for not being here. I understand that there's so many other channels going on at the same time.
Oh,
and we
yeah.
can't all be everywhere at once.
Yeah,
No matter how many tabs we open.
There's so many of us that you can't be everywhere. You can't. There's only so much time in the day, you know. And timing, I'm terrible with timing too. There's other channels I'd like to watch, but they usually come on at times I'm either doing something. I got busy time, I got family time. I can't just pop in and watch. And sometimes, I can only hang out for a little while, and I have to like go to bed because they have stuff, late at night, and I just can't do that. But I do my best, and I try to support everybody I can. But it's just the way it is.
You just make sure, Anonymous, you do that honey to-do list. Never forget that honey to-do list.
Oh, definitely. And I just want to say a shout out to Comic Relief Crusader there. The best Ted Knight impersonator he has. If you listen to the opening to Pulp Culture Minefield Saturday morning show, he does the opening announcement. He does a great job on that. So always great to see him around.
I see YouTube, and like I said, I'm not desiring a channel, nor do I want to do content creation or anything like that.
Although, Phil, many of us have said to you, if you did decide to do a channel, you would get subscribers.
Oh yeah,
they couldn't handle the truth. But here's the thing: I always see like this. When I want to be entertained, my best entertainment growing up was your late night talk show host. You had two on every, you had your 10 o'clock, your 11 o'clock, and they were on NBC, CBS, not ABC as much, but the other two, they had them. And never did they always sound alike, agree alike, like they do now. They're pretty much copies of each other, which makes them boring. I don't want Jay Leno to sound like, what's his name? Can't think of the other guy.
Letterman.
Letterman. I don't want him to sound. Nor did I want Letterman to be like Johnny Carson. Even though that everybody expected him to take over when he left. Look, when you're having a channel, and when you're having one other person, two other people, three other people, fine. What people don't know, and they can tell right away, is everything you're talking, even if you're talking, we talked about 3 or 4 subjects now, all dealing with pop talk. Mm-hmm. Everybody had a different opinion. That means there was no little pre-show get together where we were going to say this, and pretty much after show, we always talk about something different. Nothing.
Yeah. And you want to know why I don't have pre-shows, Phil? Because I don't want something to be scripted. I don't want something to come off as fake. I want everything to be real.
Yes, and that's why I love it. The echo things, and trust me, the average Joe that's in your channel while you're doing your stream knows that. As soon as they pick it up, they might let you get away one day or one weekend or one stream with an actual echo chamber. But if you do it again and again and again, you're going to lose views. You need to put somebody, even if you don't agree with him or her, you need to have that other person's totally different look or opinion. Mm-hmm. And that's what we have here. We agree a lot of things together, but we also disagree. Transformers and GoBots, it's
Cubs and A's.
It's just McDonald's, Wendy's. You know what? When you start making everything a carbon copy, and I can tell you, I'm not naming their channels, and the one channel I have in mind, none of you guys know about. I'll go to. I haven't seen you guys there. It's a Lord of the Rings channel, and it's not have anything to do with the Rings of Power. Basic token. There's 3 people talking. Sometimes they'll bring someone actually into the chat into there, but nobody sounds alike. Nobody says the same things, even though they all agree they love Tolkien and they all love the books and they love the movies, except the show. Count that off. But yeah, they're not an echo chamber. That to me is the worst thing to happen is when they have the echo chamber. Yeah, that's why I always love Pop Talk and love your channel, Mike, because you don't have that. We're not scripted. You're not telling us, well, this is what I want you guys to say, and this is what we want the bullet thing, so we can direct it this way. You give us freedom of speech.
Yep.
And that's very
I mean, the only exception coming up will be the combined box score and pop talk on October 5th, where I will be talking extensively about what I think the Cubs need to do in the offseason.
Disband and join the White Sox.
I mean, it's not going to be scripted, but I pretty much want to have that time where I give my opinion on what the Cubs need to do to be competitive again. And yes, I'm going to give a little spoiler right now. It includes spending money on players to make the team competitive, to get them back into one of those wild card spots.
Right. Well, we've had those talks about the Twins back in the day too ourselves. But the thing is you're going in already with a game plan. But you're still going to go out with your heart, and you're going to say exactly what you mean on all that. And that's the important thing. It might have outlines. It's not scripted. You know what you're going to say, but it's coming from the heart, and it's something you need to get out of your chest, obviously, too. As a passionate fan. And you know what? And that shows the important word again is passion, passionate, a love. You have a love for the Cubs. You have a love for doing the streaming, and that shows. And that's the important thing. Now, take a couple steps back to what Phil was talking about before. When you have the troublemakers come in that you've never seen before, all these people are just trolls. What they do is they take the bottle of lotion out. They have their Kleenex box there, and then they go in there and start doing all this thing, and they think it's so great. And that's the only way they can get off is going out there and just causing trouble. They don't, they'll just hit a stream and just go in there and just make it. It's not personal. They don't know you, but they figure we're going to go in there and we're just going to cause issues. It's like the kids that phone in fake bomb threats for schools because they think it's funny and cool.
Yeah, and make you go outside wait in the rain.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Why they make the school safe? Waste your time and everything.
And it's because they think it's cool. It's a Beavis and Butthead mentality of, we're so funny. Look what I did.
Well, the mentality
I know it's not personal, but still, I don't want somebody coming to the channel and causing trouble in the chat, causing trouble on the panel. Because the moment somebody does that, you're booted. You're gone.
Yep.
In other words,
all right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
And yet I'm still here.
Phil. Yeah, you keep threatening to throw Phil out, but he's still here.
Look. I do this on. Look, I'm a wrench on Mike's channel. I'm a wrench on Paul's channel. I am a wrench on Prince Jay's channel. And I'm a wrench on another channel, my little secret hideaway channel. But on them 4 channels, I do the same thing. 9 times out of 10, first thing I do, I go into the chat. I always like to have fun in chat. I have more fun, nothing against anybody here. I have more fun in the chat than I do as coming on here and talking like I am. Not that I don't enjoy it. I'm saying I have more fun in the chat, and I can get the chat going. I get the chat talking. I can do it from here like I am now, but I actually have an easier time doing it in the chat.
So and what you're telling me is you're an instigator?
Something you can call it an instigation. I call it getting the chat going, because if you get the chat going, the chat people stay longer. They stay longer. They listen longer. They listen longer. They become a member. And there you go. That's how you grow.
Oh, yeah.
And because Leia asked for it, I'm going to play it.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Anything he wants. You don't question God what he wants.
What does Phil need with pudding?
What does I always have my pudding after I eat my meat. You cannot have your pudding anamas until you eat your meat. Did you not listen to the Pink Floyd song?
Pink Floyd's a lefty commie. I don't care about him.
Oh my God.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can understand if you can say that with System of the Down. You know, I could see that. Some of these modern, but Pink Floyd, you see them as lefties commies?
The one of the lead singers came out and started. He's got TDS bad. He's he's.
Oh yeah.
He's not
Well,
good.
you know, he's darn near 70, 80 years old. You know, some of them people, they start losing their minds at that age. Man. Can't pay
we know all too well, Phil.
How old are you, Phil?
I'm 50. I am a proud member of AARP. I got the card.
And I do want to say hello to the Padawannabe.
Hey, Padawannabe.
So I look forward to the time when I got old that I could actually have my AARP card. And the discounts that they do offer with that card. You'll get there, Anonymous. You'll get there one day.
I got
the discounts.
Well, I'm 3 years older than you, so I've been getting those for a while.
See what you're missing, Mike? You see what you're missing? So you can go into like a Denny's and you can say, bam, here's my AARP card. Take that 10% off.
The only thing I don't like,
I could walk in and go, I'm old. Give me my discount.
Oh, you're damn right. I earned my age. I might not be bald, but I do have the gray.
Well, he plays it up too. He comes in with the walker and that all that stuff. So he makes sure they know he's AARP.
Oh, you definitely better believe it.
I bet. He's probably got it tattooed on his forehead.
So they can run easier.
It's like the gangs when they have the AARP. It's right on the finger. So he just puts his hand up.
He just puts his fist right in their face. Look at that. Look at that.
I don't pay with credit card. I do cash, and I break out the 50 penny rolls.
Oh, geez.
No.
The end of the line.
50 there's 150 roll. There's 250 roll. Then when you're done, you say, "Oh, you want your tip?" There's 150 roll. There's 250 roll. There's 3 tip. Hey, there was a guy that paid for a brand new truck. I'm not sure what Midwestern state it was. He paid it in barrels of loose change. They tried to tell him he had to wrap it all in order for them to accept it. He goes, "No, it's American currency, and by law, you have to accept the payment. Not my job to roll it for you." But he paid him in quarters, nickels, dimes, and I think a couple 50-cent pieces. And he bought his $18,000 new truck cash.
Well, I know some guy did that with his taxes. It was like he went out and actually bought pennies from banks all over.
Mm-hmm.
He had a wheelbarrows full of freaking change to come pay his taxes, and they had to take it too.
You know, they stopped the penny in Canada, but I want to say to any Canadian out there, we were tired of you guys. Your change had to look identical to ours. Your penny had to look like our penny. Your nickel had to look like our nickel.
Here he goes again.
No. Here's the problem. It isn't that it only looked like it. But
first the Brits, now the Canadians. Come on.
Wait a minute, hold on. They're mixing our currency, and sometimes, like, you go to like a 7-Eleven, and they owe you 75 cents. They'll give you the quarter, and then you go, "Hold up, I didn't want a Canadian quarter. It's not 25 American cent. It's actually be like 20 cents. So they owe me a nickel. You know how many times I get the Canadian change in my change."
I got several Canadian pennies.
And then the sad thing, I don't know if you guys noticed, they start colorizing our money. Our $100 bill now has blue. Our $20 now has bright yellow. Our 10 has like a greenish yellow color. Now we're getting funny money Canadians. You know?
Well, we always
international incident, first with Britain, now with Canada. Who's next?
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Not that I'm advocating any of this.
Mexico,
Bahamas.
you're on the
They're a bunch of islands off the coast of Florida. They shouldn't be independent. They should belong to us.
You mean like Hawaii?
Like they should be like Hawaii. They belong, Bahamas. They only exist because we tolerate it.
So as long as we tolerate it, that's fine. But if Phil doesn't tolerate it,
wait a minute. I can prove my point. Baron, in Minnesota, you have that northwest corner that just irritates Canada out of the rear end. Am I right or wrong about that?
Oh, you talking about that little bump up there by Lake of the Woods?
Yeah. They have to leave. To leave there, they have to go through Canada, go through customs. Then they had to go through another customs to get back in the United States. Then they had to drive back. We go through 2 customs just to get back into their little notch up there above the little lake.
Oh, no. Everybody knows how to get by there. They jump in the boat, and I'm not kidding. They jump in the boat, and they just scoot across because everybody up there has boats. That's how they get by it. That's how Minnesotans get into Canada and how Canadians come down into Minnesota.
And
I mean, honestly,
away their secret, and now Canada's going to pay for speedboats and develop a navy.
Well, Canada, the Mounties all know it. I think a few Mounties do that stuff up there. But what we do like to have that little, well, I'll just call it that, the United States little nipple there because makes Minnesota the furthest northern state on the continental, of the 48, the lower 48. Yeah. So we like that because we don't want Maine to have that.
They can have their lobster, but they can't have that.
Well, you want to know the big secret? Maine is the biggest when it comes to the largest underground water supply anywhere in the world. If it was oil, they'd be equivalent to Saudi Arabia. That's how much fresh water reservoirs they have under the ground in Maine.
So it's big water now.
There's big water, but they don't want to advertise it because, California is dying for it. So, yeah, you don't know what they'll try to do, build some pipeline there.
Pretty soon you're going to have a bunch of people in Maine driving around in their Rolls Royces like a bunch of Arab oilmen because they're
waiting for it. And their accent is probably one of the best New England accents that I ever heard. They make the New Yorker shame,
I always wanted to go to Maine. I want to go up to Maine sometime. The wife and I both said that. It's like, we'd like to go up to Maine.
But they love mooses up there, the dumbest animals in the world.
We love moose here. For crying out loud. Bullwinkle was from Minnesota.
What do you have against a moose?
Yeah. What do I have against moose? Look on YouTube. They have this lady and her kids in a Volkswagen Beetle, and the moose mounts it. And to the mother's horrification, the moose is trying to mate with the Volkswagen Beetle. Then there's one state, I'm not sure if it is Minnesota, that has the statue. And for some reason, all the male mooses love that statue. Let's just say that.
Oh, moose are dumb. I knew people that live up in Saskatoon, and they tell us, we lose a train a year because a moose will feel it's being challenged and will literally run and try to do the moose thing head on with the train. It'll derail the train and everything. And of course, the moose is splattered. But you don't want to mess with a moose. That's for sure.
It's big.
But I will tell you this: moose is delicious.
Yes,
I love moose. Oh God, that is so wonderful. Oh.
But you have to understand. Animals have to be dumb to taste good.
That's true. The dumber they are, the tastier they are.
So that's why Boris and Natasha are always going after moose and squirrel.
Oh yeah,
that's why we don't eat dog. Well, most of
us. Yeah. Well, I mean, like the Chinese restaurants, they have my 3 right now. So I think they'll be the number 4, the number 14, and the number 20.
Gotcha.
So moving on to this next story from Anime News Network, it says Naruto anime leaves Netflix in October. Oh no. I'm sorry. I've tried to get into Naruto, but I can't. So it goes on to say Bleach the movie, Fade to Black, Bleach the movie, Hell version also leaving on October 14th. Netflix revealed on Tuesday that seasons 1 through 9 of the Naruto anime will leave the service on October 31st. In addition, the Bleach movie, Fade to Black, and Bleach the movie, Hellverse, will both leave the service on October 14th. Viz Media began making some of its Naruto and Bleach library available on Netflix in 2011, with the content being added gradually over time. The Naruto franchise includes multiple television, anime films, and original video games. The Naruto television anime aired from 2002 to 2007. The Naruto Shippuden anime sequel series premiered in 2007 and ended in 2017. Bleach the movie Fade to Black debuted in 2008 in Japan, while Bleach the movie Hellverse debuted in 2010. So, if you're a Naruto fan and you have Netflix, you got a short time before it's gone.
I think this is that Area 51 revenge. Wasn't that Naruto's that running thing, and when they're at that let's raid Area 51, they had that's what they were going to do, is do that run to the fences.
Yeah.
Or do I have, yeah. It's Area 51 revenge. They did this. I'm starting conspiracy theory.
I'm going with that. I'll go with that.
My personal opinion, the world started coming to an end when they wanted to raid Area 51.
Mm-hmm.
The mass, there was supposed
to No. You know what did it, Phil? You know what did it? What? The stupid standing broom.
Oh.
That did it. Everybody who was following that trend, hey, let's make a broom stand up.
Oh.
Look what you folks did. Look what you did.
Hey, I made one stand up one.
And please, Anonymous, read
what
the great Leah Rose has typed. Read what she has typed.
I will. I'm just...
What was it? What was that all about?
You are the reason why we're going through all this crap right now. You made a broom stand up.
Amen.
You got to do stuff just to see if you can do it. I mean, come on.
No, you don't. Just because Baron says let's jump off a bridge doesn't mean you have to jump off a bridge.
Jump off a bridge.
I wasn't going to kill myself. Broom.
You're not going to give yourself your life up for the cause.
What? What? Kick her out. No.
Do not harm Leia Rose.
She's lost all credibility.
I'm not going to harm Princess Leia.
Well, she is the number one fan of the Phil McCracken fan club, and she's the only member too.
Well, there's others, but she's more outspoken. She protects me.
The other ones are afraid. They're ashamed.
The other ones are afraid because you know what? You know how YouTube likes to cancel people. So Leah Rose is not scared.
She's a brave woman.
Yes, she is. Thank you, Leah Rose.
What's that syndrome that prisoners get? From
Stockholm
syndrome. That's what she's got.
The way that Phil talks and all that, he could be our next Ross Perot. Do it, Phil. Run.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Now listen here. Listen here, Baron. We're gonna come up with a plan. You see, we're gonna come up with a plan. To reinvigorate Phil McCracken's love for GoBots.
GoBots that should not exist.
Come on,
pulpit.
Ross McCracken. There we go.
Do you know what's good about Stockholm syndrome? Is that it comes from Stockholm, Sweden, and nothing beats the Swedish female swim team. And when I say female Swedish swim team, so you get tongue-tied saying it. I'm talking about authentic.
They were
born and raised Swedish women swim team. Can't be beat.
I think you're getting tongue-tied just thinking about Swedish women.
Yeah, he lost himself.
Have you seen the Swedish swim team? They put pictures up there, and they're quite. Yeah.
Are you talking about the ones they use for the commercials?
I'm talking about the actual ones.
The actual one. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah. I thought you were talking about the ones in the Bud or whoever they had the Swedish bikini team, and it's like only one of them I think was actually Swedish. The rest were all from here.
No. I used to go to school with a girl that was from Sweden, but she wasn't blonde. She had that what do they call it? Somewhat albino, so her hair was more naturally silver color, and her eyes were light blue but almost white. Yeah, yeah. If I got caught staring, it wasn't just because she was a girl. I was interested in the fact that her hair was so unique, her eyes were so unique. You know, you couldn't help but stare.
I think Phil needs a cigarette right now.
I don't smoke. If I did smoke, I would be a chain smoker.
Oh, you didn't get the reference.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And I will tell you this, I ever run for president? If I made it as the United States president, my first order of business is being the last president. So that means I'm not leaving. I'm going to become planted.
So, Phil, I got a question.
Clip that right now. Clip it right now. So
yeah,
clip it. And I will end taxes for everybody. And I will make the federal government pay every American citizen every month $1,000.
Oh, no.
Yes. Reason being,
Bill's a socialist.
No. Reason.
What?
No, I'm not. A reason being, if we can give all our money away to other countries, I'm going to do the opposite and start giving it to the people.
How about we just don't give it away at all?
I don't. Yeah, I'm against all foreign aid. I really am. Literally, I'm that hardcore. If we can send all that money there, it's like we're being overtaxed. A lot more could be used for us.
We need our roads rebuilt.
Yeah, and the stronger we are, the stronger the rest
Emperor
of the world
Phil.
is. Yeah,
Emperor McCracken the First.
And then, with being Emperor McCracken, there's going to come a time.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
See, I wouldn't be calling myself an emperor. I would use the correct term, impriator, because an impriator is not necessarily a dictator.
What?
But you have to remember one thing. In Rome, to have that title, you have to be a military person. That's why several of them called themselves first citizen, where the word president comes from.
I will say is, I will do my time in the Salvation Army. Good enough. I'll do my duty. So when you see the person on the corner with the little red bucket Christmas time and, start ringing the bell, I'll do my...
You better be wearing the uniform.
The Santa Claus uniform or the Salvation uniform. Hey, the Salvation Army uniform looks pretty decent to me. That's all I'm saying.
You know what would happen with Phil as president or emperor?
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
First thing I would do is annex Canada, because why should they exist when they're just like us?
No. Canada, except for Quebec.
I'll agree.
You don't want them
on your own. We'll annex to make up for it. We'll annex Greenland. So Greenland, Canada minus Quebec. And the Bahamas. The rest of the Caribbean and everything south, I wouldn't care about. Don't want nothing on Mexico, Cuba. They can keep all that. Bahamas and the Bermuda. Yeah, I'll annex that.
Phil for the Bermuda Triangle. There we go.
Oh, yes, because you know what? We got to end that craziness. There's too many things getting lost there. And I don't like losing things.
You know what's going to happen? You'd be sucked into the Bermuda Triangle. You start talking and then toss them out. You'll be the first one.
Because there was be too much. You know what? I would never fly as president. I would take a boat. And if I go through the Bermuda Triangle, I have nothing to worry about because if it swallows me, it will not like me and spit me out.
Boy.
How about no?
And this is I have to have a vice person, like a vice president. So I would pick the best vice president of all, Justin Bieber, because nobody will kill me.
What?
Because
He's Canadian. He's Canadian. He can't be vice president.
No. I will change the rules. If you live in America for 20 years, pay taxes, and don't break no laws, you can be automatic American.
Well, you know what? Why don't you just have Kanye West? They still wouldn't off you and be more entertaining.
Because he would back up our judicial system. Justin Bieber, yeah. And I have to make the Canadians happy. If we're going to annex them, we got to make them happy. I can't pick William Shatner. He's about ready to die. Leonard Nimoy already croaked. So
he wasn't Canadian.
Choices of Canadians are thin.
How about Michael J. Fox? How about Mike Myers?
He's suffering through a very debilitating disease. So I don't want to pressure him.
But how about Mike Myers? Just what we just saw. He could be Dr. Evil to your impriator, Phil.
Yeah, I guess I can use him for Department of Education. Look, I'm not.
You really are a fat bastard.
Who was that directed at, Phil or me?
I'm only 150 pounds, but you know what? If you see the amount of bad food they say is bad for you that I eat, hamburgers, hot dogs, French fries, pizza, pasta, and all this other stuff.
Chevrolet.
I'll keep you up. Thanks to AAA or AARP. I should be dead. I drink. The amount of soda I drink will put people to shame. I don't only drink soda, but
I'm surprised you haven't kidney stones.
Yeah.
I don't know how I haven't got kidney stones unless every time I drink grapefruit and orange juice, it somehow flushes it out. But
that's because you're so straight, narrow. There's no way you're going to get stoned even that way.
I think I'm blessed with good genes in certain areas, so.
And not so good in others, right?
Yeah,
no, not so good. But that's why Phil McCracken is going to run to be president and then AKA your emperor.
Impriator.
Second thing is, we're going to correct the wrongs. I will let 15 states go on their own way. I'm tired of hearing that, like Texas wants to go. So I'm going to let the South go peacefully. And they can
folks, just so you know, this is Phil living out his own fantasy world.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm annexing Japan because guess what? They rule. They're good. They're good entertainment there. Nothing wrong with Japan. And I think
they hate you because you're a white man.
I'm Italian, and we had a kind of alliance in World War II, so.
Yeah, you guys switched sides so fast when the war was going south. It's like, maybe wait. Hey, we like Yank now. We like the Yanks.
I'm going to
explain
that. You don't keep fighting a war when you know you're going to lose. So you try to make the best deal. Hey, you make the deal. We made the deal. And what country practically didn't suffer as bad as the other two? We did. Got to keep our military. We got to keep somewhat of our independence. But, yeah, we walked out with a better deal. We have aircraft carriers. Germany and Japan don't. Just saying.
See, that's what happens when you go turncoat. Good lesson, kids.
It's always known to switch sides.
So is that what you're saying? Depending on what happens to any of us as far as our channels are concerned, you're going to switch sides?
Hey.
Is that what you're telling us? You're giving us a warning?
Wait a minute. Have I ever said, Mike, if you don't play Skyrim, I'm not coming to your channel? I've never did that. But somehow Paul is traumatized that if you don't play Skyrim.
I wonder why.
Do you think I take advantage? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
trash talking.
Wait a minute. You think Phil McCracken would take advantage of somebody in a lesser situation than I am?
Poor Paul, yeah, you would to Paul.
And Leia Rose, I am 5'6".
Napoleon.
There we go. Mm-hmm.
Napoleon was
that explains everything.
Napoleon was Corsican. He was Italian. He wasn't French. Italian.
Yeah, see, we're exactly. We know. I know that. And Phil's right now got his hand inside his shirt like that, or inside his jacket.
He's got a little hat on.
Yep, little. Mm-hmm.
And
probably
remember,
listening to
he started for the revolution up until he became the emperor.
And of course, anytime Phil hears ABBA's Waterloo, he's got to turn it off because it just brings.
I don't recognize that song. No, no.
Yeah, see,
no,
I told you.
No.
See? Bad memories.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He doesn't want to hear on stream, but every time he hears Waterloo, it just brings a tear to his eye.
It does.
He watches Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure at least once a week.
Yeah.
He wants to see someone representing him on the screen.
That's right. He needs representation.
So you guys saying out of everybody I can pick to be representation, it's Napoleon. I couldn't pick like Raphael, and I'm not talking turtle. I'm talking, artist.
Boo! Boo!
Really? What's wrong with Michelangelo?
Yeah, it's my show.
Michelangelo. Yeah. What did he do?
Oh, dude, cowabunga!
He made great artist work. He
makes great pizzas, dude.
Oh, God bless. Yeah. Turtles. Good for snapper soup.
You know, Phil, you mess with us, I like messing with you back.
I'm a victim because you guys, you and Mike, like to
You're the perpetrator. You're the perpetrator. You've already admitted during the stream that you like to stoke the fire.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leia Rose. I am the perfect gentleman. I will hold the door for you any day. I will graciously pull the chair out so you can sit.
How much is he paying you, Leia Rose?
You is my lady, unlike some of these barbarians here.
Well, if I'm going to be any barbarian, I would be Conan the Barbarian.
You see what I mean? Thank you, Leia. See, Leia knows the truth.
He uses Paul for Skyrim, then threatens to go to other channels when he doesn't stream it.
Do you see what I put up, Leia Rose? Do you see what I put up with?
Do you see what we put up with, Leia Rose?
No.
He's got the bad side to this.
It's okay. I know I perpetrate a strong-willed person, but I do have emotions, and I need a second because I'm wiping away my tears.
I'm going to be 100% serious here. This is the one thing I really love the most on this channel. This has the best banter back and forth, the best trash talking back and forth. This shows you what friends are like when you can just, toss stuff back and forth. I have so much fun. I have so fun when Phil comes on here. YouTube does hate Phil, unfortunately.
Some people call it banter. I call it abuse.
Well, you see, you can't accuse me of elder abuse because I am older than you.
No, I didn't say elderly. I just said plain out abuse.
Well,
you've called elder abuse before. I've heard you.
Yeah, well,
if you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
That was because these young whippersnappers, Anonymous, Mike, and Paul, they love abusing the elderly, and they do it so frequently.
False.
False. And we've left out his biggest nemesis, cash money. Boom, boom,
yes.
Boom.
Yes. Where is Cash? I'll send out the cash.
At a redheaded convention. I'm trying to make him like redheads. and particularly redheaded women.
I'll send out the cash signal. You have the wristman signal. I'll send out the cash signal.
The dollar sign?
Exactly.
You know, Cash Money's trying to figure out, is redheaded women redheaded everywhere? Let's just leave it at that.
The carpets match the drapes.
Yeah, we were all biting our tongue on that one. Someone had to do it.
I'm just that kind of guy.
Yeah. But the thing is, I was thinking it.
I was singing it too. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, Phil brought it up.
Yeah,
I bring a lot of things up. I just let you guys run with it.
Yeah, you're good at that.
Why you're the instigator.
That's why you're the instigator. You're not the victim. You're the instigator. You're the perpetrator.
I will gladly accept that title for you guys. I am the instigator. Phil McCracken causes the problem and then steps 10 feet away and watches the chaos happen.
Yep. Grab your popcorn.
I'll be the surrogate Cash Money here. There we go.
Oh, thank you. But you got to have a redhead.
I don't like redheads.
You need a redhead.
I don't like redheads.
You don't like redheads?
I'm Cash Money. I'm Cash Money. I don't like redheads. I'm Cash Money. And
you don't like Daphne? You don't like?
And I think
what are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate the sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Enterprise is the best Star Trek ever made. It really is. Star Trek V is the worst movie ever made. Am I doing a good job as Cash? Am I doing a good job as Cash?
You look just like him.
I don't know. I mean, the Avatar. It's supposed to be Bash the Stampede. And, this doesn't in any way, shape, or form represent the real Cash Money.
When I hear Phil sometimes talk, that's the image that comes in my mind sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I can handle it.
Fuck! Drink! Fuck!
Phil.
It's all good.
Moving away from the usual chaos. Hold on. I'm going to read this comment from the Padawannabe. He says, this is quite obviously a group of dudes just busting balls, no hate, no ill will, no animosity, but always with anonymous.
Anonymous.
Why do you have to go there, man?
Let's play the song to remind everybody what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Please play the song.
You can't even say my name right, Phil. You hush.
But the song is so wonderful.
And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Anonymous.
You really suck.
Yeah, you know what? Here's my response to you saying I really suck.
Whoa! History. And Bryce Harper wants a piece of Hunter Strickland. Here they go. Strickland lands a punch. Harper lands a punch. Bench is empty.
Can't throw a helmet worth of crap, tell you that.
No, you can't.
Nope. I'm not Amazon. Wrong.
Oh, these people. I'll make sure I do that right, Padawannabe, next time. I'll be these people.
These people, man.
There we go. I almost sounded like him.
Sometimes I can get one out. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's answering the call. I'm not gonna play the clip since I already played it, but ladies and gentlemen, I do have another clip I'll play for him.
Hey yo.
That's funny.
Hello there.
These people, man.
Hi. These people, I was reading an article, and there was an amount of redheads available, and
Oh God.
these people always assuming stuff. Who needs redheads?
His ears are burning right now. He's going, I'm being mocked. Must be on Mike's show. I better come. That's the best signal you can do.
Yo, there's an impersonator, and his name.
Yeah, his name is Lord Crit.
There is an impersonator, and his name is Ian Brandon Anderson. I'm the real Rash, okay? There's this guy going around calling me Cash Money 007. No. My favorite spy is Agent 86 from Get Smart, not 007. And I love redheads. That this imposter's triggering me.
Hello, Crit.
Who?
Lord Crit of Everest Productions.
No, if you want to trigger Cash Money, you say California Stan. And instead of Galvin Newsom, you say Mussolini.
Mussolini, yeah.
How you doing, Crit?
But he's not my governor, you guys.
He's not my governor either.
Like, I just ignore these people, man.
These people. Oh boy, you said it.
We love you, Cash. We do. We love you, man. Wish you were here.
You did a good
You
job.
put this one and just send it to him.
Good job.
But since Crit's here, I'm going to play this, especially since Godzuki is dressed up like he's a member of the New World Order.
The announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, there's no response from Sleeping Beauty.
Well, what, California? He should be up by now. It's only, 11? 11:47 over there.
He's probably listening and going, I'm being mocked on Pop Talk.
That you guys failed to understand California Stan. The power's out, so his alarm can't go off to wake him up. That's what happened with Cash.
Oh, give Cash some credit here for crying out loud. He's smart enough to have a wind-up clock.
No,
the old-fashioned one.
No. Cash does not go back in time and use outdated technology. No.
Well, some of those clocks have battery power in there. If the electric power goes out, maybe he's got one of those.
How's he going to charge his battery? He can't recharge his battery if he doesn't have no power. You have to remember, this is the same governor.
It charges when he does have power.
No, it doesn't work that way because you have to remember, Galbanus and Mussolini says you got to have everything electrical power, but then tells you weeks later, do not plug in and use electricity. So how are you charging a battery?
That's shocking.
You don't charge your cars.
Yeah, but you still need an outlet. You got to plug in.
Not your clock.
Yeah.
If it's an electrical clock, yes, you need a power to turn it on.
Well, the outlet is the highway that goes to Nevada or to Arizona. That's the outlet for California.
And then the battery's rechargeable. You have to have a rechargeable outlet to plug it in to recharge the batteries. Hence, if the power goes out, you don't have either.
You know, you can tell that Phil McCracken never listened to Art Bell because he got those crank radios.
Do you see Cash Money cranking anything?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, he was.
Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Yeah,
if cars still had to hand crank a car by hand, I will not see Cash Money driving a car.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because it's not Cash Money style.
Well, what is the style?
Work smarter, not harder.
Well, in some ways, a crank start car is smarter because you don't have to rely on plugging it into the wall socket.
You're defeating the whole purpose of California, Stan, when you say that. You know, their technology is going to be lead Flintstone. You have to use your feet to power your car.
There we go. Padawannabe has it right on there. So. He's right on it.
Yep, he fixed you.
Probably, and also Cash Money might be cheap. He might even not own a car. It just catches the bus. Public transportation.
Wait, he lives in L.A. Of course, you're going to want to own a car.
Yeah, there you go. Public transportation.
You don't want to ride public transportation.
But if Mr. Newsom shuts the power off, then even the buses that run on electric power, they ain't got no power. When you're blacked out, you're blacked out. That's why they call it blacked out.
Flintstones, meet the Flintstones.
They're a modern Stone Age family.
You'll be living in Los Angeles.
Anonymous.
What'd I do?
Supposed to sing the Flintstones from the town of Bedrock. Come on.
No.
Wow.
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 Fine. I'll move on to this article. Jeez.
I don't follow Phil. I'm sorry. I'm not Leia Rose. I don't just blindly just.
Do you see this, Leia Rose? The abuse I take from Anonymous.
Leia Rose, the president and only member of the Phil McCracken fan club.
That's right.
And Padawannabe has an answer about Cash Money's car. It's powered by a group of 12 redheads.
Can I get that? I want that. Give me that in German Irish.
So this article comes from Game Fragger, and it says EA has confirmed plans to move forward with a slate of Marvel games, kicking off with an Iron Man title that promises to put Tony Stark front and center.
Watch your language.
I know. Marvel Games has announced via comicbookmovie.com that they're teaming up with Motive Studio to collaborate on an all-new single player. Thank goodness it's single player.
Oh, wow. I'm not being sarcastic here. That's amazing, especially with the mindset of the game people. I like single player games.
So do I. And the reason I'm saying that is because when it's multiplayer or it's online only, it defeats the purpose of buying the game. Because what if you lose your internet?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I saw Paul playing Star Trek Online yesterday, and he was trying to shoot a Scorpion ship, and he was not doing pretty good at it. It's like, do I really need that? Paul, shoot straight.
Yeah, I did get a message after I turned my Discord back on because I went out with a friend, and he had asked me to join him, but by the time I got back, he was already done.
I got Star Trek Online. We should get together and do a game or sometime.
Yeah, we should. We should.
Yeah. I got my Dreadnought. I like it. The 300 Galaxy class.
I have one too. We can go around the galaxy with our dreadnoughts, boldly going where no one's gone before, and if someone gets in our way, fire phasers.
Blast them. Yeah. Boldly going.
So this could be a single-player game. The title is currently in early development, meaning it's likely a long way off from arriving in stores, and it said that it will feature an original narrative that taps into Iron Man's rich comic book history. It says it's going to channel the complexity, charisma, and creative genius of Tony Stark, all while enabling players to feel what it's like to truly play as Iron Man. And Oliver Pollock is leading the Motive Studio team and previously worked on Guardians of the Galaxy. Joining him are industry veterans like Ian Fraser and Mélène Lemonnier. I hope I'm saying that right. And J.F. Poyer. Then has a quote here saying, "We are thrilled to collaborate with the talented team at Motive Studio to bring their original vision of one of Marvel's most important, powerful, and beloved characters." Bill Roseman, Vice President and Creative Director at Marvel Games, said today. Their experience delivering both established entertainment worlds and thrilling gameplay, combined with their authentic passion for the armored icon, will fuel our quest to deliver a love letter to a legendary hero in the form of the Ultimate Iron Man video game. He went on to add, it's an honor and privilege to have the opportunity to make a video game based on one of the most iconic superheroes in entertainment today. We have a great opportunity to create a new and unique story that we can call our own. Marvel is encouraging us to create something fresh. We have a lot of freedom, which is so engaging for the team. It goes on to say Iron Man is only in pre-production, meaning we're probably at least half a decade from getting hands on with it. This is all part of Marvel Games' new collaboration with Electronic Arts, with this set to be the first of several new titles. Goes on to say, recently we learned that a Captain America Black Panther team up is on the way, along with the previously announced Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine games. It says, hopefully this will be a lot better than those Sega-produced movie tie-ins with the current generation of consoles, though we've got no we've got no doubt the game will do Tony Stark justice. Marvel's Avengers offered a glimpse at what that might look like, though we'd like Iron Man to surpass that. So, what do you guys think?
No, they could probably pull it off. I mean, if they make it not like the movies, go back to the comic book type hero, have a little bit of a separation line. I think you start getting a lot of the old school comic book Iron Man fans.
Mm-hmm.
And you still keep the new ones. I mean, because it's Iron Man,
Yep.
Tony Stark.
I'm glad it's an RPG. We don't have enough RPGs. I know there's a lot of games, multiplayer or multiplayer option online and all this, but I love the single player RPGs. And if it's based on old Iron Man from the comics, fine. They try to do new wave stuff or alterations. Yeah. But anyway, guys, that's my final comment for today. I got to get ready to go. Love you all. You take care. Thank you, Leia Rose, for protecting me. And glad my buddy Lord Crit decided to show up. He always gets me to laugh. You all take care. Thank you.
You too,
have
Phil.
a wonderful Sunday. And everything we say here, we joke, we kid, we don't do nothing to permanently or physically harm each other.
No.
It's all good fun.
Minus Cash McCracken, a.k.a. Cash, who has an undying hatred for redheads. That's where I live. Good night, guys.
Take care, Phil. Great talking with you.
Bye, Anomas.
Say my name. Say my name. Bye.
Goodbye.
Man, I'm glad that guy's gone. Woo!
I was waiting for someone to say something. That's why I wasn't saying anything right away.
Yep, I was waiting too. It's like I'm not going to say. I'm going to let someone else have the fun.
No.
Hey, that's all me.
I'm not taking the bait. I'm not taking the bait.
Letting Phil have it on the way out.
And as impriator, McCracken, Leia Rose. Remember, he doesn't want to be president. He wants to be impriator.
Look at Phil making up new words.
One Phil to rule them all. Scary thought.
It should be Ming McCracken from now on.
Ming the McCracken.
Well,
I like to play with things a while before annihilation.
We could call him McCon.
No.
Phil McCon. I shall leave you as you left me. Wanting more and taking less. I don't know where I was going with that. Don't ask me.
I just
buried alive in the chat. stranded in the middle of the track, buried alive.
Buried alive.
Buried alive.
Oh.
Admiral.
Lord
Admiral.
Crit, you seem to be full of energy today.
No.
Here I was going to say, he must have gotten up and all ready to go. Peppy.
Maybe I should stream NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and show how it's really done. Crack my knuckles.
Are you saying that I didn't do it the real way? Of course I did it the real way.
Yeah. Well, I'm not you or Cash, but I know a few people that use that rewind feature. Losers. Yeah. The same with Final Fantasy VII. If you use rewind, you're not playing the game correctly.
That's one thing I was trying to make sure I didn't press when I was playing the game is the rewind button.
Just rewind it.
No,
he kept on finding it.
Well, I did have a stream of tournament fighters, and I did have somebody say you should use the rewind feature, and I just responded by saying, when I first played the Genesis version of Tournament Fighters, there was no such thing as a rewind feature, so that's how I'm playing it. But you're dying. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's how you did it.
It will be a glorious death too.
Yes.
Today is a good day to die.
I'm a smarter than the average bear.
That's what Mike says every time he starts a game. Today is a good day to die.
Pretty much.
Glory to you and your house.
And your house.
Oh, come on. You gotta say that Robert O'Reilly as Galron was probably the best choice.
Did anybody ever notice that Nick Weiser looks like him?
No,
I love you, Nick. I know you don't watch the show, but I love you, buddy.
You never know who's watching the show.
That's true.
You never know who's coming by and going, "Oh shit, this channel's fucked up."
La 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 la.
Language.
Not on this
Wait
channel.
a minute. Yeah.
He put that disclaimer on because of me. Mexican Iron Man can come here and cuss all he wants. He doesn't have to worry about the no song.
Exactly.
So, Mike, come on. We need two mics here. Where are you? Come on, buddy.
Well, he's probably got to tend to his tortilla farm and the rabbit chickens.
The rabbit chickens, yes. Rabbit chickens do take a lot, to take care of. They're feisty little things. They're feisty.
And the Padawannabe says, my friend used to hate coming over while I was playing that original NES TMNT game. I would play it all the way through every time. And Master Blaster 2, utter boredom for him.
Yeah. Who wants to watch some other guy play a video game all day? People who do that are losers. Oh, wait.
Yeah, we got those channels we watch all the time.
I'm just kidding, guys.
I know.
No, but really, when you're growing up and your brother's playing the video game and he won't give you a turn, you got to sit there and watch him for an hour or 2 hours. It was sheer just torture, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Of course, he's not as interesting, and he doesn't. When he talks, it was just just retardedness. So he got no entertainment value.
The one thing that the long-suffering messes is just flabbergasted by is e-games. It's like, how can you have this league? And they're treating it like they're in a sports game. We're going to go to the locker room now and stuff like that. She just absolutely flummoxed by the e-game stuff.
So there's a locker room in e-games?
I don't know. I just threw that in. Maybe there is. I don't know. You never know.
That would be funny.
And I do want to say best of luck to you and the missus next weekend, Pat Wannabe.
Congratulations.
congratulations.
Get a prenup.
Yeah, and remember, you have a week to think about it.
Annulments are, they only last so long. You got a time limitation on that.
Just remember this, Padawanabe. Yes, dear. You're right, dear.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And get it right, too. Do it like Picard. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for saving the galaxy. Even after I was assimilated from the Borg, I repented for my Borg ways.
I'm sorry. I have a piece of meat dangling between my legs. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh, that just reminded me. We were watching Star Trek the other day, the one where he went to Ryza on vacation because he was so stressed out. I was like, I know the whole backstory about them wearing like girdles and stuff because they don't want their bits like just poking out and stuff because their suits were so tight and whatnot. And then he's walking down the freaking hallway with his schlong just encased in his trousers the whole step of the way. I had to back it up and said, "Look at that!" I told my wife to look at that and just tell me what you see, and she's like, "Oh my god."
Oh my!
It was so funny. Oh my god! It's like, yeah, you're gonna do that after all the spiel about your suits and stuff. That was just freaking hilarious.
I see you noticing my photon torpedo.
Yeah, it was. It was armed and ready to go.
John Delancey was relating the story when the episode where he lost his powers and he gets zapped into the bridge and he's naked. And of course, he had the little black dot thing to cover up his private parts for the filming. And he was saying it was not fitting right. It was not whatever. So he finally sat back and said, "Okay, anyone who's offended, please leave." He rips the thing off and he's just there naked in front of everybody.
That sounds like Q.
Yep.
But he saw like half his butt crack, so I figured.
Yep.
There was something showing.
All natural Q.
Them actors.
Yeah, I know. Silly.
And let's see. Thanks, everyone. She is the right one. I've been through the wrong ones. Had more than enough of that drama.
Yeah, all seriousness. Yeah, congratulations. I got the right one now. Number 2 was, I don't hope not to have number 3. It all depends how pissed off she gets at me.
Do you have to do better, Baron? You do better.
Yes, Baron. Do better.
Better or bitter? Better or bitter?
Don't get bitter. I mean,
I try to do the best I can, but you know what? I'm a man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man. No, I caught the right fish on the right on the first throw out, so I'm doing pretty good.
I like hearing that. I really do. I wish I did. Oh my!
It was a big. That was a big yawn. Man.
Did you catch any flies with that yawn? For crying out loud! I mean,
yeah, maybe.
As my dog likes to call them, sky reasons.
Does anyone have? Let's get Cash in here. Does anyone have the Cash signal?
I tried sending a message to him earlier. He must be La La Land. Well, I know he's in La La Land, but the other La La Land.
Unless he heard us all busting his chops and unless he heard us busting his chops and said, "No way, hell, I'm going there. No way."
He's going. No way, Pacific. I'm not going on your crazy channel.
Cash, get off the California lettuce.
That McCracken might return. You never know.
Oh no! It's like Beetlejuice. Don't speak him into existence again.
Phil McCracken. Phil McCracken. Oh.
Kick him out of here. Get him out of here.
There we go.
Beetlejuice. I guess it didn't work.
Nah.
He must
didn't work.
He must be holed up in that little, hell club or whatever,
Well, be careful. He's a northern southerner, so
Ain't nothing worse.
Here, let's try this. Cash money, cash money, cash money.
Hey, Cash, come on, dude.
Redheads. How much we hate them. Oh, that didn't work. You know.
Carpets match a drape. Carpets match a drape. Carpets match a drapes.
MSNBC on your channel.
I might drive people away.
If you tell him it's on his channel, he's surely going to get off and turn it off. So.
He was in coma in the hospital, and someone turned MSNBC on, and he managed to come out of coma, get up, and change the channel. So he has MSNBC to thank for his life.
I just DM'd him and said, we're talking about you.
Yeah. Are your ears burning?
Your ears burning? So,
yes, Crit. Yes. So,
I'm trying to think. You've talked about James Earl Jones.
Yes.
The great Louise Fletcher passing away.
Mm-hmm. We did talk about her too.
Do you have anything to add to that? Maybe. I mean, honestly.
I'm thinking. I'm looking at here right now.
Are you a fan of Star Trek?
I am a fan of Star Trek. Star Trek. I will never touch the new stuff with a 10-foot full.
Okay, well then never mind.
I don't mind the Abrams. Stuff. Those are action movies. I can at least I see those as action movies. The new stuff, I can't see that as legitimate Star Trek or action because none of it's interesting. So,
well, it's not Star Trek. It's space travels.
Space travel. Oh well, there was this cartoon I liked that Zaslav took down. You can never watch it again unless you pirate it. It was called Final Space. The creator was sad that his creation basically was forced not to be. You can never see it again or buy it because it was wrote down as a tax write-off. I wonder why Zaslav is writing off stuff that's already been out for quite a while, like Final Space. I think that's kind of scummy in a way. Because, Final Space has been out since 2018, and just writing it off as a tax write-off. There's been 3 seasons, and the fact that, I don't see how that works. Don't you lose money off that?
Well,
advertising money.
If you're not getting the, depends. What was it? I know it was on Apple TV. I think I downloaded the first episode because it was free. I didn't get into the series, but I mean, if it's out there and people are either downloading it or I don't know if it ever went to a streaming service, you're getting money for it. People are watching it. It's already out there. It's not in physical. It's on digital. You're not really losing anything. Unless, of course, they need to have the data space on their servers and they're planning something. But even then, you just add more servers.
No. No, you cannot buy Final Space anywhere. You cannot. It is. Thanos snapped. Like the only way you can watch it is if you pirate it.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's
that thing.
Well, and that's just it. Everyone who's watching it pirated every time someone watches it, they're losing money, and they could be getting.
It just saddens me. Now, new stuff like Batgirl, I can understand because that come out, but like this stuff has been out a while, and I mean, I do see your point, Baron, but
he just kicked himself out.
Well, no, I was not justifying what they did. I'm just saying, if they have, if it's server space issues, well, buy more servers and you can keep it. This is why you get your stuff in physical media. I don't know if that was ever available in physical, But get your stuff in physical. People quit relying on digital. Honestly, for this reason here.
Yeah.
Great, you shoved yourself out the airlock. Why?
Yeah, accidentally. Yeah, like you don't know. Like they could. I don't know if I wonder if Zaslav's going to target the classics, like classic cartoons or classic shows. Like I'm afraid. And with the rumors that he's prepping this for a sale to Comcast, it just makes it sad. And I'm kind of rethinking my support for Zaslav in a way, because I think he's kind of penny pinching a little too much with the Discovery deal. But what can I say?
Well, I think what we're seeing is the extreme the other direction, where we had the extreme of them putting crap out. Now you have the extreme of reining in completely the other direction, which is not a good thing either.
It's not. No. Like, do we need another 90-day fiance season?
No. But the thing is that's what a lot of, I'll say it, normies go for. They love this stuff, whether it's reality shows or stuff like that. I mean,
middle-aged housewives.
Right, yeah, and they think if they're watching a reality show, oh, it's real. No, it's just a scripted. Trust me, you're not watching reality. And it's just they've lowered the standard of entertainment. Thank you, Survivor.
Okay.
Thank you. I mean, honestly, they want to do cheap things, stuff. I don't know. Is that 90 Day Fiance? That's a reality show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
scripted
they're cheap.
reality.
Yeah, but they're still cheaper than doing a scripted drama. These things are easy to churn out. You grab a bunch of nobodies. Maybe one of them will become famous, a quote unquote celebrity, and that's the best they can say. But other than that, I mean, what was that one that MTV had with Snooki and Jersey Shore? I mean, they had a little flash in the pan of popularity, but you don't hear The Situation anymore or any of that. What Snooki or what I can't.
Snooki.
Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, these things are. I'll let you know. Because I was part of a Viking Age reenactment group and we did live steel combat, we were actually approached by Hollywood for doing a reality show. And okay, this looks great. We can have basically the tenant would be around us, going out there teaching people how to do live steel combat, and because they thought it was such a unique thing, people using real swords and such. Well, as it started going along, the little snake in the box started coming out, and it was going from focusing on that, and they wanted to focus on my family. And thank God we're boring. We're boring. In fact, in some ways, I kind of, what would you say, sabotaged it, because it was not going the direction they wanted it to go. They were hoping that they could have like a Viking Kardashian type thing. And it's like, no, we're not going to go for that. That's not what we're talking about. I mean, they went to all the Discovery channels and all that with the sizzle reel, promoting we're the Vikings doing combat, but they started focusing on us. It's like, no, this is not what we want. So that's the dangerous thing about it. First, they come out with the carrot, and then it's like, oh, no. And I'm not that egotistical, even though I like to be seen on the screen and talk. And it's cheap. What we're wanting to do is cheap. And it's like, don't get sucked in. Don't get sucked in. And I know some people were disappointed we didn't, but honestly, in the long run, this was the best thing, because they would have been disappointed and upset with how it would have gone, because they were being sold a bill of goods. We were being sold a bill of goods, and here I am on YouTube now.
Baron, don't worry. They would have made you interesting one way or another.
Oh, they tried. Yeah, they decided to. Yeah.
They do that and all that. Even like Hoarders. We realized.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I think like I said this before, but I might have. they poke and prod these people to get them to be more dramatic and resistant to cleaning their house and causing trouble between the family. It may not be technically scripted, but it's encouraged, and they want the
sometimes
drama.
they prod. Yeah, they sometimes start prodding things and causing the turmoil.
And they ask them to do it. Say, be more standoffish in this, about this sort of thing, so we can get this on camera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like this was like about 10 years ago. So, but I'm happy it didn't come to fruition. At least the way it was going, I would have loved to have gone the other direction where it was Viking boot camp. That would have been great. That would have been wonderful. But alas, it was not to be.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. And I think that would have been a big thing, especially if we put it like on History Channel. Take a bunch of schlubs from the city, bring them out to Minnesota here, put them, have them go through a week of living like a Viking. I mean, totally like a Viking. No phones, no electricity, women doing the women things, and men being trained to do the battle. And then at the end of the week, we have the big battle with all the people. And that's basically what we were looking at that the show was going to be like. And we're going to make ourselves a little Viking village out this direction. And of course, after between filmings, it's like, this could be used to bring people in that for a tourist trap. Let's just say it, tourist trap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And no, they started coming in saying, "Oh, we're changing the idea here. We're changing the idea," and I'm changing my mind. I mean, I've been in the industry before, with radio and all that. I know how things work, even back in the '80s when I was in radio, and things haven't changed. It's just on a grander scale. The most realistic show out there was WKRP in Cincinnati. I mean, we had our Herb Tarlick. We had everybody that you had on WKRP. We had in our little itty bitty station, AM station that we had in Stillwater. They weren't necessarily in the position, but we had the characters. The guy who ran the station, he was just as befuddled as Mr. Colonel's. He really was, and he was a fish out of water in this whole thing. And I don't mean to speak ill of it, but just that was not his way of doing radio. He was used to doing a different form of radio. But again, things never change. It just goes on to another stage. Sometimes gets a little more grander. And fool me once. I'm not going to get fooled again.
Yep. It's hard to navigate that sort of thing, probably.
Well, yeah. I mean, you get a taste of it too, because when I was involved with the Star Trek fan clubs and all that, and of course, we'd go to openings or festivals or whatever, and we'd be in our, the theaters would want us to come down to be dressed up for the, Star Trek 6, Star Trek 4, Star Trek 6, Star Trek 5 opening. So we're out there, and then lo and behold, what do you get? You get a camera shoved in your face. They ask a bunch of questions, and you watch what they put on the air, and it's completely twisted, and they're making you look like a goddamn idiot. And it's like, whoa, that's not how the interview went. It's like, boy, someone has creative. And after a while, that kind of taints you a little bit. And I've never been trustful of the media for the longest time, especially when I was in radio. But that was also one of the things that, how they can twist. And, it's like, well, you're not looking like an idiot enough because, you're a Star Trek fan. We'll make you guys look like idiots.
Yeah, because that's probably what they wanted.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they wanted. They're looking at you're a bunch of fringe people. It's like, no, we got people who are, work for white collar, blue collar, all across the board. Farmers, all that. And it's like this is a bunch of people that live in the basement. Yeah, there's some that do, but we're not a bunch of people that live in the basement pretending that we're learning.
We're getting that stereotype.
Yeah,
they're trying to play into the stereotype, and they want them all to be basically basement dwelling losers, and that's how they want to portray. So,
right. And it was like, when you go through that, even when we were being interviewed by people coming out for, doing historical reenactment with the Viking historical, you still get some of the guys that are trying to make us out to be these crazy people. But the thing is, you had people that had doctorates in their group. You had people who have very high professional jobs, people who've written books. And, I was honored enough to be around these people on there. It's like, these aren't dummy fringe people. These are people that have a passion for history. Stop it. I'm the dumbest one in the group. Talk to me if you want an idiot, So, but that's the problem with Hollywood. They want to go that route, and nobody has got the talent to do scripted television anymore.
No.
I was going through watching stuff Beyond Brandon show yesterday, and following through some of the anime, and I had finished Hellsing Ultimate. We didn't talk about it, but I just finished Hellsing Ultimate, and I'm looking at that going, they are able to put symbols in the show that are powerful. And nobody, it seems like, in Hollywood knows how to do proper placing a symbol to reinforce what you are seeing. We were talking about Nurse Ratched earlier, how they made it kind of look like she had the horn helmet. Well, that's the 70s when they knew how to do that. As that goes, J. Michael Straczynski did it by accident on the last episode of Babylon 5. When the mirror got turned and there was a cross image, it's like, whoa, let's keep it right there. I want that imagery because obviously, Sinclair was the Messiah figure, the Savior figure in Babylon 5, and that was an important symbol. You was able to recognize that. They don't know how to do symbols. All they can do is just take a hammer and hit you over the head. They cannot be subtle. They cannot be intelligent. And if you don't mind, guys, I'm just going to go on mute here. 24/7 just gave me a call. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, what's your guys' thoughts on Frost finally getting removed?
I figured it was going to happen.
About time.
Yeah.
And not because of what she said and what she tweeted out after her fellow, co-workers were canned. Just the way everything's going with G4 right now and with Comcast in control, they're going to try to get rid of as much dead weight as they can, in my opinion.
Well, she's the. I'm surprised it took them this long, to be honest with you. But they could have used her as a scapegoat right off the bat. As soon as they started losing viewers and subs and all that stuff, they should have cut her loose, but they didn't. They held on and they tried this and that, and then they fired other people instead of her. And then the sheer freaking hubris of her just coming out and bragging about it after everybody else, that worked there took a dump. I survived. Shut
up.
Yeah, if they didn't fire her after that, then they get what they deserve. They're over. G4's over. You can't. These people,
The moment she went on that rant, it killed any momentum that G4 could have had because a lot of people were looking forward to G4 coming back.
Yep. She destroyed single-handedly. She destroyed the entire thing. So, congratulations. That's unprecedented. I'd give her a CO clap just for that.
Well, it's just like then, Pineda pretty much single-handedly destroyed Cowboy Bebop as far as live action was concerned.
Netflix Bebop.
Well, I mean, yeah, she got the ball rolling, but the actual. Even if she had said nothing about it, people who watched it would have realized, oh, this is garbage. She didn't have to say anything, but
garbage.
Garbage.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Garbage.
But no, G4 could have been good. She destroyed it. End of story. It's just. But what really ticks you off is that that eventually she's going to land on her feet. These people always land on their feet.
Mm-hmm.
And does she deserve it? No. She needs to go work at a stinking factory somewhere where nobody knows who she is, she can hide away in shame and just or work at McDonald's or something where she freaking belongs.
Yeah. Twitch. Well, some SJWs love her Twitch, so I mean,
yep. No matter what you did,
if you want drivel,
yeah.
And then there's some people that want her sweat. And like, can you send it to me? Yeah.
Fart in a jar for me, baby.
Oh, dang.
You can keep your respiration and you can keep your farts all to yourself. I don't want any of that.
No.
Yeah.
There's some sickos out in the world, boy.
It smells like chili. Frost. Chili.
Dude.
Yeah. I'm sure Cash would be no, crit, no redheads,
It's terrible.
Cash is gonna send me a message later on. He's gonna go, is that all you guys did this morning into the afternoon? Is talk about me? Did you miss me that much? Well, Cash, if you do listen to this, it's not the same trying to do banter with Phil, and you're not here to reciprocate any of that when he's talking about you.
So you know what? You were the target today. Just for a little while. It's okay, man. We'll be all right.
Yeah, it was on Cash Day.
Yeah. Get some therapy. You'll be all right. It's California.
Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll give me shit later.
Yeah.
Well,
oh well.
I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and end this edition of Pop Talk. I do want to thank everybody who was on the panel: Jet Sparks, Bill McCracken, Baron Norman Tack, Anonymous, Lord Crit. Thank you guys very much for hopping in.
Certainly.
And I also want to thank the Padawannabe for being on. Thank you, Leia Rose, for stopping by.
The Phil disciple.
And Phil McCracken, yes. Leia Rose is his #1 fan.
And only.
And of course, Baron. We also had, let me keep scrolling up here. We also had the Comic Relief Crusader. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it, Mike. And of course, Anonymous.
I hate you.
I hear it in your head. I hate Mike. I hate his chill. I hate everything about it.
Yeah, and I hope you burn in hell.
Well, fine, since you put it that way. I also want to thank Kitty Bear, Stephen Paul. Thank you very much, brother. Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Thank you, Tommy. Also would like to thank Stone Loki from Loki's Mornings of Mischief. Thank you, brother. Glad to see you. And if you ever have time, brother, always feel free to hop on Pop Talk. Everybody has an open invitation. And we also had Resolute Germ here. And of course, the previously mentioned Jed Sparks. And we also had Bush McFadden. And let's see, am I missing anyone else? No, as far as the chat is concerned, the only other person I was going to miss would be Gap After Dark, who says share out Pacific for 1/4 stream. You know what? That'd be some merchandise ideas right there for sure. So thank you, Gap. And of course, we also had input latency here. Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, is there anything you'd like to promote before we end this broadcast?
Just go hang out at my channel and watch a movie, watch a show, watch a video. No, I don't produce movies or shows. Watch a video, sub, like, all the good stuff. Follow me on Twitters. I may say something funny. You never know. I'd like to say I'm working on a video, but I'm not. I got 2 weeks to finish a picture for the Eric July art contest, and I'm struggling here, so I may be spending all my time doing that.
Okay.
I think I'm soon I get some rough sketches, I'm gonna throw it on Twitter and let people vote on which one I should enter, and then I'll finish it. How about that? That sound good?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Okay.
How about you?
That's all I got. Fred, hello.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm working on stuff. I might stream Final Fantasy VII today. Yeah, the voice acting mod. I got the closed beta for it, so
Okay.
it's gonna be cool to play with mods, and yeah, that's about it.
All right. And for some reason, Nightbot still doesn't have your link up there, so I'm going to go ahead, copy it, and I'll paste it into the chat. So here we go. So if you haven't done so already, please subscribe to Anonymous and Lord Crit of Everest Productions. Let's put Barons in there real quick. And I will also put Jet Sparks in there. So please feel free to subscribe to those channels. They all produce great content. They're all great panelists. Love having them on here. And again, within these next several days, there will either be the short form in shorts of the box score, recapping the last few games of the 2022 season. And also coming up on Saturday, October 8th, is the Get to Know Us stream, where I invite everybody to come on and talk about their YouTube and Twitch channels. So, thank you all very much for being here today. Hope you like what you saw. If you did, make sure you leave a thumbs up before you go. If you didn't, give it a thumbs down. Share it out with your friends, and consider subscribing to the Pacific Forum 4 YouTube channel, because I'm not only a baseball guy, I'm an all-around guy who does episode reviews, movie reviews, live streams like Pacific Forum 4 Pop Talk, and live game streams. And I think I can speak for Cash on this. We are going to be talking about the first 2 episodes of Cobra Kai Season 5 on this channel. I don't know the date yet, but that is coming up. And then we'll talk about the other 2 episodes over on the Phantom Hooligans. And, we'll be going back and forth between the 2 channels talking about Cobra Kai. Speaking of Hooligans, I'll go ahead and put that link in there as well. So, again, thank you all. Have yourselves a great rest of your Sunday, and we will see you all later. Take care.
See ya.
See ya.